I tricked you. We're not in Waffle House. We're in Guild Wars. Die. Behold, 'tis I. Once again. Is my game muted? What the fuck? Oh, it's probably that I'm not tapped in. It's one of those games, I see. It is! Alright. Gentlemen, we're going back in with the Muscle Wizard. It's been a while. I haven't played a video game in about a week. And I haven't played Guild Wars 2 in like a month. So here we are. Grant will be joining us later. Again, I'm trying to ease back in. I feel like if I played New Vegas tonight, I would not be having fun. I'm just going to play something that lets me like only half pay attention to the game. I know it's a little disrespectful to Guild Wars 2, but frankly, it's fine. I'm gonna be okay. I don't have to worry about fucking dead money bullshit while I'm just talking about this. I swear I heard a fucking Symphony of the Night sound effect just now, but... Huh. What's going on over here? I've been invited to... Uh-huh. Yeah, sure, I'll join. I guess. For sure, why not? Man, what the fuck was I supposed to be doing? Scouting the area using profession mechanic deals and using the Vista. Viewing vistas. Well, chat, do you have any context for what any of this means? I don't. How the fuck... When the hell did I reach level 14? What? I don't... Yeah, okay. I don't fucking remember doing shit. Alright, we're going this way. Thankfully, the storm has passed, so we are in no danger of suddenly experiencing a blackout that interrupts my stream an hour in. And now that I've said that, I've invited fate to fucking smite me. There's something awful inside of my stomach right now. I think it's a demon, and I need to kill it. I'm just gonna summon shit pits, and anything that follows me is gonna walk and die. Am I even going the right way? Where is this? Okay, alright. Oh, right! I do this! Wonderful. I love being able to summon shit pits. I'm sorry, did I just get Tryndamere? What the fuck? I curse you with stink! I summon Gamer Girl Swamp. I see someone has opted to join me and do things, I guess. Oh, I got knocked down. It's okay. Yay! Somebody tanked it for me. Bob? I have no idea. Huh? I want to say that I understand what's happening, but I kind of don't. Corrupted Spike. What do I do with this? Is he stupid? Yes, he is. Okay. So cool. Like tiny daggers pricking your skin. A great and terrible power lies waiting here. Ah, yes. Frostmourne hungers. Oh. Hey, what's up? Whoop. The demons have disappeared. We're all good. Did I accomplish my objective? I'm not sure I understand what the hell just happened. Great job. Gonna be lurking because you gotta work on something? Fair enough. I suppose we all do. Although, those are the kind of thoughts that have been really, really weighing in on me recently. Sorry if I seem particularly scatterbrained. Get away from me, disgusting fucking creature. Pressure. I have no idea what this does. Talk to 2 out of 3 scouts. Huh? Scouts appear with a spyglass icon on your map. Yes, him. Okay, I will talk to that person over in that area. But yeah, I didn't really touch on it that much when I was streaming the tier list last night. Which, if you guys missed it, I ranked every fucking Super Sentai outfit, or essentially every Power Rangers outfit. But over the past weekend, up until this morning, 5 a.m., we had guests over, and they're not guests I am, like, they weren't, like, my relatives. And it didn't occur to me how bad it would affect me, because, like, I haven't... You know, I'm, like, not exactly the most sociable person in the world. I know, shocker. But it was an overwhelming number of people in the household. It was, like, 10 people in the living room. And... You know, I can handle a couple of guests at a time. It's fine, but for me, for the better part of the past 5 years or so, I have more or less been living by myself. So to suddenly not only sharing a living space with someone, but also, like, having actual guests over, it can be a little overwhelming. And that was kind of part of why I didn't stream. Not just because, you know, there are a lot of people over and you don't really want them making noise in the background, and you also want to be polite to your guests and shit like that. For me, it was just like, oh, fuck, I am overwhelmed by the sheer number of people in my vicinity right now. I also had 2 infected fingers, so... That shit hurts. It hurts. It hurt to type. Wait a second, where's the fucking spyglass? Why are you over here? Okay, I turn this way, and then... Okay, if I walk this way, I will approach the scout from Team Fortress 2. Okay. But yeah, this weekend messed me up, dude. It was like...
Make my legend.
Oh, I discovered a new location. You!
What are you waiting for?
As Lion Guard, it's our duty to defend the trade roads to and from Lion's Arch. That's made somewhat difficult when one of our fortress havens is under constant attack by the Sons of Svanir. We've been so busy going on the offensive against Jormag's worshippers that we barely noticed the Char setting up operations in this territory.
The Char? Finally, I get to roleplay Gundam in Guild Wars. Swap weapons? I mean, that's not particularly hard, is it? Apparently it is. Use the weapon swap button. Oh, it's tilde.
It's my destiny.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, that guy's firing a fucking gun. Wonderful. Oh, now I have to kill enemies. Alright. Profession mechanic skills. Above your weapon skills. Is it this? Interesting. Wait, let's see what it actually looks like when I press this button. I go from luchador to being... But what does this do? This meter. Oh, I heal while I'm in this state, apparently. And... Ah! Ah! I understand now, chat. I can now be the soul-sucking parasite that I was always meant to be. Also, I'm level 15 now. Well, let's see. Staff of Air, Ice, or Frailty. I feel like Frailty would be good about taking advantage of inflicting debuffs and stuff. I think Ice would be fun. Oh, cool. Did I just level up again? It's a little ridiculous, but okay. We'll take it. Alright. Alright. I'm progressing so fucking much right now. By standing still and just pressing F1. Alright, one more and then we'll have a... I feel like I'm interrupting something. So I'm gonna go. Alright, there we go. Completed using profession mechanic skills. Alright. Vistas. Vistas are scenic locations. They are marked with the red triangle icon on the map. Am I stupid, or are there just no vistas? Wait, there they are. I see. Okay, we're going this way. And I'm going to remember that I can teleport to do so. God, could you imagine if you could teleport instantly like that in Final Fantasy XIV? That would be busted. Wouldn't even be busted. That's just convenient.
I like the way this looks.
Yeah, me too, man. I like the way this looks. Oh, yeah, I can jump. I forgot. Oh, I almost fell off. I wonder if I'm making a mistake by doing this. I wonder if I'm not supposed to actually jump here. I got a bad feeling about that, so I'm going to back off. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, I'm fine. I'm fine. That is a weird way to take fall damage. Not unrealistic, I guess, but it's weird. It's not what I'm used to. Celebrate the new year of the snake. No, I don't think I will. That is the loudest whisper I've ever heard in this game. Okay. Perhaps if I go up through here, I can find the top of the mountain. Okay, okay, we're making progress. I see the little thing in the distance. It looks like a scroll for some reason. This kind of reminds me of... My brain wanted to finish that sentence with Spyro, but that doesn't make sense. What does this remind me of? No, no, let me jump! Oh, thank God. Wow, thank you, Guild Wars 2. Very Assassin's Creed of you. You guys remember when Ubisoft did it suck dick? Wait, so was that 2 markers or was that just the one? Okay, yeah. Part of me is wondering whether I should just walk places and then not fast travel because I have to kill a bunch of enemies anyway. But I suppose that would be better safe for actually, like, going to different places. Like places I haven't already been. You know, just do this objective as you progress kind of deal. Which I guess you could apply to what I'm doing right now, but whatever. It's my stream, it's my playthrough, I choose how I enjoy this game. I don't believe in ghosts, so these ghosts cannot harm me. Okay, maybe they can harm me, but I'm just gonna, like... Let me... Oh, I can't do that outside of combat, can I?
It's my destiny.
Sure, whatever that was. Does it let me just spam ship? Hi, Leia. I'm playing Guild Wars 2. I was gonna stream Guild Wars 2 yesterday because, like, I just finished playing Guild Wars in Grand Blue Fantasy. The event's called Unite and Fight in English, but in Japan it's called Guild Wars, so it was a little stupid joke like that. But then I realized, oh shit, I actually feel like garbage, so I'm just gonna do something stupid and rank Power Rangers costumes. And that's why yesterday's stream ended up happening. And I... We're gonna go this way and unlock this waypoint. Just because I wanna. Okay, so if I keep going this way... Holy shit, what is that? Are you mean? You look scary, but you're kind of neutral, so I'm okay with that. Alright. I thought I was chill with the Minotaurs. Why are they attacking me? Bastards. Wait. I don't trust rabbits in this game. Okay, the waypoint is up there. Fantastic. Anyone else think cold climates in video games are way better than hot climate locations? Warm climate locations, I guess. I think I just like the cold in general. Now that has me thinking, is it better to freeze to death or burn to death? I think freeze, right? Because if you freeze to death, you'll probably start going numb before it fully sets in. And the cold will probably make you go a little bit crazy before you burn. Let me rephrase that. I feel like the cold effects on your psyche would cause you to kind of like dissociate from the feeling of dying. Whereas burning, you're probably going to be fully conscious of all the agony up until the moment of your death, even if it is probably shorter. I don't know. I haven't thought about that specifically. I think about death a lot. I'm sorry, I'm a very morbid kind of person, but that I don't know. I feel like that's something everyone who's come close to death before thinks about. Nah, I'm just coping. I'm just fucked in the head. Using the bank. Depend on the circumstances of the burn, you guess. If it's like a building fire, you'll probably lose consciousness to smoke inhalation before the fire kills you. No. Actually, it would be a fairer comparison to say, like, hypothermia versus hyperthermia. I guess that's what we're really discussing here. Like, environmental cold versus environmental heat. Neither is obviously desirable, but between the two, I think hypothermia is preferable. Deposit one item in your account bank. What? Where the fuck do I open that? It's like a real bank. You have to visit a teller. I see. Well, let's check the local. There you are. Yeah, I think freezing to death beats out heat stroke. That's just me, though. Wait, are you human? No, you're the banker. No, you're a merchant. Whew, thank God I almost gave them my money. That would have been bad. Alright, which one of you is actually the... Okay, you. The guy named Banker.
Spirits of the wild welcome you.
Did they ever make you read that... Did they ever make you read that book in school about a guy freezing to death in the Yukon and... That rings a bell? I've never burned to death, but I have had to sleep in an unheated, uninsulated shelter during a blizzard before, and I kept waking up from panicking how cold I was, so I wouldn't want to do that again. Don't get me wrong. I am not saying dying from the cold would be a fun and invigorating experience. I can tell you firsthand what it feels like to be dying while you're cold. Because what happens in chemo when you're not actively being pumped with the chemicals, because the chemicals will sometimes make you feel like you're burning, but when you're not actively being treated with a specific chemical, or you have this like the saline running through your system, or even when you have nothing running through your system, because all your blood cells are dying, everything's dying, everything feels so fucking cold. You feel more affected by changes in temperature, but especially when you lose heat. It feels like everything is slowing down, everything is exponentially more difficult, and it feels like you're drifting in and out of consciousness. But when you are waking, it does feel like you're freaking the fuck out because you're trying to like stay aware of everything around you, and it's bad. But I think personally burning would be worse. I don't know. It's kind of hard to describe because, like, chemo, you kind of drift back and forth between those opposite sensations. It's kind of oscillating. But yeah, the Yukon story does sound familiar to me. I don't remember what the exact details were, though. Oh, I didn't use the bank.
Hello, traveler.
You can have a slab of red meat. I leveled up from depositing raw meat in a bank. Mighty Magician Mantle of the Lich. Resilient, precise, or mighty. Was it like a Jack London story? Is Jack London the guy who wrote, Call of the Wild? Oh, no. That was about that guy. Yeah. To build a fire. I remember. I know what that is. Okay, yeah. I'm going to pick the Mighty Magician Mantle of the Lich. Skin unlocked Magician Mantle. Oops. H. I keep pressing C because I'm fucking Final Fantasy 14 brained. Oh. Corrosive Poison Cloud. Minion. Will of Blood. Spectral Training. Maybe not at this moment. Great Cloth Shirt. Defense 13. Oh! It's... I see. Can I dye this? Sorry, I suppose the question is, can I dye this the same way I've been dyeing my other outfit? I haven't had shoulder pieces until now, so no. That's what I thought. Too bad. But I can go into the dye menu. How do I do this again? Sorry, brainly over here. You may have read it. The teacher of the program you were in for the latter half of elementary school really loved Jack London, so you read a number of his short stories as well. Up one level from equipment. Oh, here. Oh, that's cool. Yes, make him gold. Purple and gold. I'm the Lakers. Look at what 14 needs to mimic a fraction of this power. It took them until fucking Dawntrail to apply a second dye to like the accents of the outfit. Hey, he's looking pretty good. Fucking fucking Broly levels of muscles. I remember the main thing I remember reading in middle school was The Giver. I have bad memories of a lot of my English classes, but especially during high school. High school made me hate English class until like senior year. Depositing materials. Material storage is a tab within my account vault that allows me to store crafting materials. Huh? Was this always a thing? My effective level is 10. Jesus. We're not going to think about that. What I am going to think about is, I remember in my sophomore year in high school, we had to read To Kill a Mockingbird. And I think one other essay of our choosing, and or not essay, book of our choosing. No, that's the second part of, that I just said was for senior year, because I remember reading Frankenstein in my senior year of high school. I like To Kill a Mockingbird, but boy, the experience of reading To Kill a Mockingbird out of necessity is not good. There is a lot to be said about how school institutions do a terrible job about fostering literacy in its students. Yo, you know, I remember in junior year we read Catcher in the Rye. I remember being very sympathetic to the main character. It wasn't a literally me situation, but it was like if I were in this kid's fucking boots, I don't think I would do anything differently. Like, those are the kind of decisions that are only made when you're in a fucked up situation like his. I love To Kill a Mockingbird. We did that one in elementary, then in high school. You read To Kill a Mockingbird in elementary school? Holy shit! Alright, let's talk. Welcome to Twinsburg Haven. The Lion Guard watches over this area and keeps the road safe. Wait, a Sylvari? How are you in charge of all these Norn? Lion Guards give up their home loyalties and serve the city of Lion's Arch. You'll find the havens guarded by all the races of Tyria. Can I help with anything? Yes, the sons of Svanir are troublesome. Kill them. You got it, lady. Now, where's that damn quest? Now you're wondering where you started changing because senior year was shit like the Heart of Darkness and things fall apart and I fucking thrived in that class? I don't know. I can tell you why I didn't like English in freshman year and sophomore year. It was strictly because of the teachers. Although, by the end of freshman year, I warmed up to my English teacher because she was like... She was kind of grumpy, but I understood that she meant well. Sophomore year English teacher? No, that lady was just a bitch. I will admit, my sophomore year wasn't great. Like, I got good grades. I did all right, but I didn't really care about doing much. I was kind of like... I was going through some personal difficulties in my life, but the way that teacher handled me was... It's bad. She didn't attempt to even be sympathetic. She kind of like... Her approach was to pretty much admonish me for burning out. I think it was. I hated my 8th grade English teacher, but the older I get, the more I appreciate her classes. See, that's the difference between my freshman and sophomore teacher. My freshman teacher, she was grumpy, but she meant well, and she really wanted us to learn. My sophomore teacher, even if she did want us to learn and did have good intentions, it never came through. The only thing I remember truly and deeply engraved into my psyche from that class is that she pulled me aside during a class because I was falling asleep. Not because I was bored, but because I was experiencing insomnia. And she called me a waste of potential. That sucked! Well, now look at me. I'm a fucking VTuber. Maybe she was right. I don't know. But... what the fuck was I supposed to learn from that? What kind of backwards-ass reverse psychology shit was she trying with me? Because that didn't motivate me to, like, try harder. It just made me give up on trying at all. That's a terrible way to teach a child, I think. A teacher got saddled with me as part of some mentorship program to improve my grades, and even then they were in the dumpster. Even when they were in the dumpster, he was never that blunt with me. And here's the thing. I wasn't performing poorly. And I'm pretty sure that's what motivated her to say what she did. But, like... it was just that I was incredibly moody. And part of that, turns out, is because I was dealing with shit. I was essentially suffering from personal issues and not potentially taking that into consideration. She, like, assumed I just had an attitude problem that she could, like, I don't know, tough love me out of? I don't know. It's so bizarre. But by the end of it, it was just like, I don't want to see this woman ever again. She's taught me nothing valuable, and I feel worse for having met her. It'll always be strange to me because, like, let me see. In middle and high school, I had the bi-yearly experience of teachers pulling me aside and being like, your test scores are some of the highest in the school. Why don't you do any of your homework and sleep through all your classes? That was me. And you know what it was? It wasn't even that I wasn't doing homework. I was just fucking falling asleep in classes. I was obviously exhausted. Which is why I was going to bring up that, like, there was only ever one teacher who noticed. And it was my fucking European history teacher. And I've mentioned this before on previous streams, but, like, that experience with that teacher was so eye-opening to me about how we perceive people and what they believe in and stuff like that, because my European history teacher was someone who was very outspoken about his political beliefs. And they were political beliefs that I don't particularly agree with. You know? Despite this, he still treated me like a human being when he saw how I was behaving and what I was doing in class, or lack thereof. He saw that I was basically withdrawing into myself, and he pulled me aside during one of his lectures. He brought me outside. He didn't judge me. He asked what was wrong, how I was feeling, if anything was happening at home or something like that. And I didn't have like a full fucking breakdown and say everything that was happening, but I mentioned that I really appreciated that he even bothered to ask at all, you know?
That was no ordinary hound. I bet my next flight.
Treating someone with dignity really goes a long way. is what I'm trying to say. Corrupted Wolfmaster, huh? Oh, it's this way. It just the contrast in how I was treated by those two different teachers in the same year is something I still think about to this day. Collect armor scraps? Oh, it's one of these. Yeah, fucked over by moving to a way worse school district for funsies at the start of middle school. Extremely bad time to move to a brand new district. Kind of came to the realization that I was never going to get to college without massive amounts of debts anyway, so who cares? I can't really tell you what I would have done in that situation, since my situation was kind of different. I pretty much grew up moving to school district, not because I was a bad kid, not because there was anything wrong, but it just... circumstances, I guess. So I spent like my first 3 years of school in one elementary school, second 2 years in another elementary school. Stayed in the same district for middle school, but with people that I didn't recognize because we moved to a different part of the city. And then I almost went to a different middle school in 8th grade, but I pretty much all but begged my mom not to do that to me because I would have probably turned out worse if I did. But who knows? It's just that, like, by 7th grade, I had had perhaps 2 years to make new friends after moving yet again. And I didn't want to go to a completely new place with completely new people by the time I got into 8th grade. Because by then, it would have been another year trying to get to know new people. And then 9th grade would have happened and I would have been in high school. And then it would have just been like, again, I don't fucking know any of these people anymore. And I've never had the experience to really kind of, like, maintain relationships like that. Now, granted, turned out to be for nothing in the end. Not to be bleak or anything, but I don't fucking talk to anyone from high school anymore. But man, I was at a disadvantage from the outside. I'm not gonna say that not talking to anyone from high school was an uncommon experience. I think it is quite common to not talk to anyone from high school. But I'm going to say it was a fucking shitty situation from the onset.
Extra damage.
We went to 3 different elementary schools with the same middle school and high school. By the end of high school, most of your friends had transferred to the alternative school.
Pressure.
Yeah. My stance on maintaining relationships with people with from high school is like, not to sound like a fucking doomer, but nobody fucking visited me. No one from high school visited me while I was in the hospital, and that shit sucked. Now, on its own, that's kind of bad. But what really fucking kicked me in the nuts was that people said they were going to visit me. Like, and not just that they were going to visit me in the hospital, they were just going to visit me at my home, which would have been less inconvenient for them.
My Snow Nord army needs armor. Even scraps will do.
And then nobody came, at which point I was just like, I guess nobody gives a shit about me. And that kind of shaped my perception of people for the past, recent memory. I have armor for you. Raven truly is guiding you. Or some shit. I really, really, really want to believe in the best of people, but man, sometimes they make it fucking hard, you know? I dropped out, but no one bothered to invite me to graduation. That was kind of it. Yeah, I ended up going to community college. It was, my community college experience was something else, but it's fine, I guess. I dropped out of college. Still got a job, though. So I should consider myself lucky, I suppose.
Snow Nord army needs armor.
The way I view it is, it's about time I got a fucking break.
Anyone help me? My Snow Nord army needs armor.
Sir, if you keep talking, I'm going to summon the fucking veil of death upon your shroud. And I will make you wear it like a warm blanket. Do it. This game doesn't let you do that, does it? I feel like that'd be griefing. Yeah, no. Since they're treated as ally NPCs, you can't fucking kill them. I can't escape these fucking fates even when I'm playing a game that isn't Final Fantasy 14. God fucking bless. Yeah, sorry about the Doom posting again, guys. I imagine that's probably not what you were expecting during your first time playing Guild Wars 2 stream, you know? But this weekend got me thinking a lot about life again. Most events are more tolerable and less tedious than Fates, or at least more interesting. I just got really unlucky and walked into the one that sucks.
That's a lot of armor. Now I just need to sort all the pieces.
Yeah, okay.
My Snow army needs armor. Even scraps will do.
This one has a follow-up. It's one of those fates. Damn you, Daichi Hiroi. Stop thinking of life. Drink peach-flavored milk instead. I cannot drink peach-flavored milk. That shit is too sweet. Actually, do you guys remember? I don't know if this is I went to poor school, but they used to serve those fucking cartons of milk that were like orange milk. What the fuck was that? There was the standard vanilla, the one that was like in a red carton. There was the chocolate one, which was like a brown carton. Then there was like the strawberry milk, which was a pink carton. I saw a fucking banana milk once, which was in the yellow carton. That there was the fucking orange milk. That shit was weird. All right, where am I going next? This way. We never got anything other than the rare strawberry. I think I was around when, what was it? Michelle Obama made those reforms to the school lunch system. I can't remember whether I was indifferent or not to what I ended up eating, because, like... Huh. I spam buttons! Oh shit, I'm gonna die! Heal me! Heal me! I don't know how any of this shit works, but I'm fucking killing things, so it's fine. Whew, not even close. Probably cost too much. My high school literally never had enough food for all the students. I would have to book it for class to make sure I could eat. You know what my high school did? They had a partnership with Domino's. Like, I don't know if you recall, but at some point Domino's Pizza changed up like their recipe for making like medium-sized pizzas. Or whatever it was that they did with the fucking what's it called? Not the pan pizza, the hand toss pizza. Your school had a partnership with those years. My high school, when my brother went to it, had like KFC, Subway, Domino's. I think they had Taco Bell. By the time I was there, it was just, you are either eating what is essentially basically microwaved food, or it was Domino's. And I think the Domino's cost extra. And I think The only reason that they had Domino's was because of that one reform that was made. Do you recall at some point they made a big deal about this, but at one point tomato paste was considered a vegetable when it came to adhering to the regulations for what is necessary in school lunch, for government provided school lunch. So because tomato paste was included, the budgetary department at our school determined that it would be viable to serve Domino's pizza because of the tomato sauce that they used. Ketchup, not tomato paste specifically. No. It was like they argued for tomato paste at one point, and I think that's why we had the pizza. I do remember the ketchup being a thing, which is why they let us eat Tyson chicken sandwiches or some shit like that like came with like ketchup in it. Oh shit! Heal! I'm so good? I'm so good? Like, to be fair, tomato paste itself does count, but ketchup has other stuff in it. I feel like the kind of tomato sauce you get in a Domino's pizza is not that much better than ketchup, but I understand your point. Oh, I gotta resurrect the scholar here. Don't worry, buddy. I'm resurrecting you. It's cool. It's chill. What? Why did he just choose to fuck off like that?
I've never seen the Grawl act like that.
Oh, you're a quest NPC. I was like, wait a second. Something's off here.
It's strange, all right.
You must visit
I wonder what's going on with them. I think I'll visit that
As thanks,
camp
please take a look at my
and
special
find
stock.
out.
Ooh, special stock, huh?
You better take some help.
Nah, I'm not gonna buy any of that shit.
Goodbye.
I'm forgetting what I was supposed to do. Depositing materials. Where do I access my material storage? You made pizza from scratch recently and was having to think about, like, how much healthier is this versus chain pizza? I personally would say substantially healthier because you have primarily control over what toppings you're going to get, which I guess, you know, I guess that works anywhere, but namely, you have the choice between the quality of the ingredients you're putting into your pizza, and in particular, you have total control, well, near total control of the salt content of your pizza. The three biggest concerns for eating a pizza are your carbohydrate intake, your sodium intake, and your fat intake. Pizza is great because it is one of the most versatile foods you can consume. Like, a traditional margarita pizza is actually kind of healthy.
By the power of me, do
Hi, Pumpkin. Are you human? Please answer. If you're not, I'm going to kill you. I don't believe in robots. Okay, you're human. I'll take it. Had a nightmare about robots the other day. They were trying to peel my skin and wear it. And try to pass themselves off as me. Pizza dough, at least the recipe you made already has olive oil in it. You also have to consider that there is a place for healthy fats, like olive oil. Olive oil is fine. It is the fat content of cheese that you should be worried about. But even then, in something like a margarita pizza, the cheese there, it's not going to kill anyone. You know that phrase, all things in moderation? It's like that, but you're not supposed to apply it towards, like, fucking McDonald's. You apply it towards, like, individual ingredients. Like, if I want more cheese and fat, then that's fine. I can eat a little more cheese and fat, have a little more oil. It's not, oh, I can have some fucking deep-fried fucking Oreos every once in a while as a treat. Theoretically, you can, but you do have to acknowledge that that is a much higher burden than whether or not you choose to add a little bit more fucking olive oil in your bread. Does this guy keep fucking dying? God, you suck.
I should have known. The sons of Svanir had turned that to Jormak. That is a totem to destroy that foul totem. The dragon cannot take the Grawl,
What is bro yapping about?
but they are our pain.
Oh, pastel lemon dye, rose ice dye. Wow, these kind of suck, but I'm gonna pick lemon. Whoops, I dodge rolled off the cliff. You feel like the effort you put into home cooking has to give me out at least a little, somehow? I would definitely say home cooking, if you can manage the time and effort to do it, is definitely worth it. Most things you cook at home are more than likely going to be infinitely healthier than anything you could order through a delivery service, for example. The fuck happened to the texture?
One challenge down.
A challenge down? Oh.
I arrive.
Oh, shit. Hello.
Yeah, sorry I'm late. Dinner ran a bit long.
Sure. Let me just drag you over here onto the screen. There. Got your nice square covering my body.
Excuse me.
Yeah. You're excused. Here. Oh, shit. I can't. Okay. There you are. Wear you like a little badge on my vest.
Is that all I am to you?
Yes, you're my trophy, Gramp. Everyone say hello to Gramp. This is my trophy. Oh, wait,
Hello,
shit,
I've
I
been
gotta
talking
go
to you in
leave
chat
mode.
this whole time.
Yeah. I give them the big suck. Wake up, idiot. Wake up, idiot. Wake up, idiot. You grew up only eating out on special occasions, and I brought that energy to adulthood, except if that's when I work at a fast food place, I won't turn down free food. I used to work at a Wingstop. And part of the reason I quit was like, oh, they're giving me free lunch, which is great. But free lunch is 6 mango habanero wings every day because the only other flavor I can tolerate is atomic, and that shit is not gonna go well eating that every day.
You will not regret eating that much fried chicken every day.
Yep, that's definitely not gonna have any long-term consequences.
Joel Mac, hold on a growly shit.
Cut to me being in the hospital last year.
I
Yeah, I'm sure that was the chicken.
That was part of it. A part of it was that my liver freaked the fuck out. I've eaten McDonald's more than most people. I will say I got fucked over in life because, okay, I won't say I got fucked over in life, but I was put at a shitty disadvantage because dumbass idiot child that I was, I had a godmother who works at a McDonald's, and every day she would feed me chicken nuggets. I was doomed to fall for the Tendy memes. Alright, what's next? I guess we're just killing more people. Gather crafting materials. Oh, do I even have the tools to do that shit?
You should have gotten them from Level Up.
I did. Okay. Alright, let's mine some shit, baby. Oh, yeah, it's all coming back to me. This is why I originally quit Final Fantasy XIV. Do you know that?
Well, this is a little more painless than that.
I suppose so, but what I mean is that, like, this... I'm talking... Heaven's Word hadn't released yet. That's when I quit.
Oh.
I was like, oh, I finished leveling up all my combat classes. What else is there to do? Because I had not yet internalized the concept of weeklies. Like, I had no idea about the fucking Ironworks gear set. And shit like that. And I was just like, oh, I see. So this is what my 14 experience is going to be. I think I'm just going to unsubscribe. The first of 3 unsubscriptions.
You didn't want to get in on that sick Coils rating?
I was playing on PS3. I was not going to do fucking Coils rating.
It's not like anyone would know the difference.
I would. I would feel fucking miserable doing that. I've never liked the PS3 controls for 14. I don't know how Eva does it, but I don't fucking like it.
What's extra fucked up is that, like, in the time I didn't raid with you guys, basically in Endwalker, I met multiple people who use controllers and are better than me. So it makes me feel like I'm doing something wrong.
I think there's a certain technique to getting used to PS3 controls, right? But holy fuck. I think what it is that the increased disparity of learning how to do that shit forces you to become a better player. Which might explain how Eva is so good at DPS.
But yeah, there is it's impossible to avoid the fact that the way it controls is extremely counter to every other game in existence. Like when you play with a controller, I mean.
Yeah. For the record, I think Final Fantasy XIV was the first time I realized, oh, I'd rather be playing this fucking video game on a computer than a PlayStation. Alright, thanks for stopping by, Albie. I hope to see you again very soon. I think it was like... Because I think I mentioned this to you, but I got Final Fantasy XIV and DMC Devil May Cry on the same day for Christmas.
Right.
I liked 14. I found it so much more fun than playing DMC. which odd
Wait,
to
was
think
that-
about.
What was that the DMC with the
Ninja
not
Theory?
white hair?
Dante? Yes.
Yeah, understandable.
And keep in mind, this was the PS3 version. This wasn't the fucking remaster where they got rid of the shitty problem with the base release. Where do you know about that stupid gimmick, Ramp?
I do not.
DMC Devil May Cry has color-coded enemies who can only be damaged, not even just staggered, can only be outright damaged with a certain type of weapon, because you have demonic weapons and you have angelic weapons.
Oh, I do know that gimmick.
That fucking thing, absolutely atrocious. Get that shit away from me. I got so fucking mad when I played Castlevania Lords of Shadow 2, and it was the same fucking gimmick. Although, I think that was a thing in Lords of Shadow 1, actually. That sucks. Don't do that. Don't limit the way your fucking players can interact with the enemies. That sucks.
I guess I won't recommend the new God of War games to you.
Really? Oh my god, why do fucking people do this?
It's not a major fixture, but it's also not the only problem.
I can't make any serious criticisms about new God of War because I haven't played them. I haven't even played the original God of Wars.
Mm-hmm.
But I will say, I generally don't like Castlevania Lords of Shadows gameplay loop, but especially not 2's. 2 comes so close to being a good game, by the time you get anything worthwhile, you're pretty much done with the game. Like, I think in a typical playthrough of Lords of Shadow 2, you maybe have enough to not quite complete, but get through most of the relevant stuff for a single weapon.
Waifu spotted.
Yeah, that chiseled stone gets me feeling a certain type of way, too. Revive Gina. Protect Gina's stone skull while she repairs Jorah's shrine. Oh, well, I guess we're gonna have to perform a resurrection. But yeah, the first time I quit was A Realm Reborn because I was like, oh, well, that sucks. And then Heaven's Word came out, and I was like, oh man, this is fucking delicious. I love this shit. Then I stopped playing Heaven's Word. I was like, well, Alexander was cool. And then I was just like, you know what it was? It was fucking Void Ark.
Yeah, understandable.
I was like, nah, this shit sucks, bro.
It's not even good today. Like, I've told this story a lot. I did Circus Tower 90 times for my Blades relics and Shadowbringers. I would still rather do Circus Tower than fucking Void Ark.
I like Circus Tower.
This is a bad time to be traveling.
That's not even a joke. I like Circus Tower. It goes fast.
I think it's pretty okay. It's not Labyrinth.
I was gonna say, gun to my head between Circus, Labyrinth, and World of Darkness, especially World of Darkness before, you know, the stat adjustments and shit like that. I'd rather do Circus.
Thugs off me. I need all my skills to bring back the home.
Yeah, it's probably my favorite thing ever is when you get Labyrinth and then Alliance B or Alliance C runs ahead and aggro's Thanatos before Alliance A is even in range, so you can't even
That's
damage him for the
so
first 2 minutes.
Fun, right? Don't you like this fucking unhittable boss that nobody knows the gimmick of, but because everyone's trying to speedrun and because they want to get their Qs in fast? Oh, no, we'll just go in and rush and not like learn anything about how this fucking fight works. I'm sorry, I'm bitching about Final Fantasy 14 again. It's not even Dawn Trail this time.
Well, as MMO players, we are predisposed to such behavior regardless.
Oh man.
And frankly, we haven't been hitting our quota.
I will say the third time I started playing Final Fantasy XIV again was basically when I met Aya, and that was around Stormblood. The Stormblood had been around for a little bit. I remember I went on a brief break during Heavensward, but then I came back because I saw the cutscenes and I was like, oh, your name is Lise now, huh?
I can't kill them all.
Cool.
Most worthless character development.
Little did I know.
I feel like I need to do a refresh on the MSQ one day.
Granted, in hindsight, it's like, if only you knew how bad things really were. But hey, that leads me to me no longer playing 14 for the third time, which is where we are currently. I have never been more fatigued of 14 until recently. And no, for those of you who are new to the stream, no, it's not because of any outside factors. It's not because of any casting issues. I just don't fucking like the game anymore. It's not about the high or low stakes. It's I feel like the writing just got a little worse.
Imagine, this could be
That's
ground
all it
Jorah
is.
himself walked on.
Even without any major problems, just statistically speaking, it makes sense for the
check
shine
out
to wear
after
off.
Endwalker, which I have been saying this since Endwalker's release, but that should have been 2 expansions. That's my take. Endwalker should have been 2 expansions. I saw cracks because, to me, it felt like they were rushing through the end of one story to end the overall story. I don't like the way they handled Garlemald, frankly.
No, Garlemald was
I like
trash.
the way this
I
looks.
people people have talked to about Dawntrail like to pretend everybody liked Endwalker completely 100% equally. It was all infallible. Everyone I know fucking hated Garlemald, fucking hated Thavnair.
The second half of Endwalker is fantastic. Wraps up some of the best story threads I've ever seen in a game. Getting there sucked because they were rushing the shit out of it.
It was really, really annoying right up until the moment you get rid of Fandaniel. Who could have guessed?
What an expansion, huh? Captain, it's only a level 83 quest. It's weird how I registered that as the halfway point. To
Well,
me,
because of the rushing, it kind of is the halfway point, because everything after that is really breakneck. Or at least everything after the moon.
yeah, I was gonna say Endwalker doesn't chill the fuck out and become really great until the Crystal Tower revisit, I think. The early parts of the Apocalypse shit are very panicky, but I don't know. To me, it feels like that could have been... The way I imagine it in my head is that the level 83 trial would have been the level 90 trial.
I think that's how they had scripted it beforehand. But then... you can take this however you will, but there's a very noticeable shift when Ishikawa took back the reins. I think it was definitely set up for the level 83 trial to be the final trial,
'Cause
but
to
then
me,
they quickly did a reversal.
I think it would have been like Mega Sisters would have been trial 1, and then I think Anima would have been trial 2.
They are pretty cracked for a dungeon boss, aren't they?
Yeah. And then, of course, we would have had 83B90. It's almost like it's structured to be that way. And part of it is that they wanted to end the story by the level 90 quest. You know, they wanted to be wrapped up, no loose threads, no, like, Heavensward post-game shit. They wanted it to be done and done definitively by the time you finish that quest called Endwalker. But I really think it would have been interesting, perhaps, if... God help me, I'm going to compare it to A Realm Reborn. But do you remember the end of A Realm Reborn where, like, the cliffhanger is Leviathan?
I don't remember that being a cliffhanger.
It's a
It's
cutscene
been
that
a really
happens
long
after the
time.
credits.
No, I don't remember. It's been a really long time.
But it basically teases that, oh, there's still other fucking primals you gotta worry about out there, because now that we've dealt and pushed back the Empire, there's still the beast tribes to take care of. What I think would have worked is if, you know, as expected, you beat level 90 boss, and then you know what happens after you beat him in the story proper, right? Of course.
Uh-huh.
That would have been the cliffhanger, I think. And the post patches would have been. Oh my god, I'm dying.
Considered not die.
Like I was saying, the post-patch content would have been, you know, how the fuck do we figure out how to deal with this shit? And perhaps, like, extra dungeons, like Vanispati as a, like, 6.1 dungeon, you know? And that would have culminated to you ending up in... Why am I forgetting? Ashen Manland.
Elpis?
Elpis, yes. That would have been the base continent in the second theoretical expansion. Like, you could still have Ultima Thule, but you could have Elpis as an expanded location. Give the first 3 areas in Endwalker room to breathe, maybe? Don't relegate Garlemald to a single fucking region like it's the Dravanian hinterlands. Give me a fucking break, dude.
Yeah, it's actually... I always find it really funny looking at the expanded world map, because Garlemald now is just the evil sorcerer city with the evil spires and lightning on the map, and then everything else is just clouds.
It sucks. They were really done dirty. And I get what they were going for with, like, this once great empire is just fucking nothing now. It's just barren ice. It looks like this.
Yeah, I think if the original concept for Endwalker, that I have no proof of, but that is based on just empirical evidence.
It's very suspect.
If they went through with that, I think there would have been 1 or 2 maps for Garlemald, or maybe 3 for, like, that continent. What is it, Aldenard?
Yeah.
And then there would have been 1 or 2 maps for the moon, and that would have been your solemn journey to the end.
Yeah.
As it stands, I'm not going to complain about Endwalker, but
It stuck the landing. That's all that mattered.
But just for the purposes of critique, I think you are correct in saying, like, it needed to be, like, staggered out more. It could have been 2 or expansions, or even 1.5 expansions. And the same thing even applies to Dawn Trail. I think a huge we've talked about this already, so we're just going over it. But for the stream's sake, a major problem with that expansion was that it felt the need to have a twist in the middle, and the twist is functionally an entirely separate content patch. So what that ended up doing is just crushing both halves and giving neither of them time to develop.
Like, I think that's what pisses me off so much about the fucking low stakes argument. It is not low stakes. It stops being low stakes after level 95.
It's not at all. It's not a vacation. It's fucking insane.
My summer vacation ends the second I go to Texas. What?
And then even with like the crunch and the development, or excuse me, even with the crunch and like having less room for each narrative to breathe, they somehow both waste time.
Oh, fucking first dungeon just being complete fucking worthless.
Yep. Completely pointless. It in practical terms, it's a realistic kind of micro narrative for a dungeon to have, because all the time in real life you do things that end up being pointless because the alternative is a high level of risk.
You are giving a lot of credit to Daichi Hiroi that I think is
I am, but even just saying that belies the fact that it's a game, and in a game you're supposed to be doing things that you're finding interesting.
Yeah, it's like, I'm not playing a game called Final Fantasy to indulge in realism.
It turns out the Final Fantasy was narrative quality.
I'm here to shoot God while empowered with the essence of chaos while a Gact song plays in the background in a fucking auto-scrolling segment.
Chaos.
It's funny that I could say these things completely sincerely and you'll have no idea whether I'm making that shit up or if I'm not, which fucking Final Fantasy I'm talking about.
Yep, I got nothing. I just respond with the chaos meme.
I just described the ending of Final Fantasy VII Dirge of Cerberus, which is the spin-off game about the edgelord Vincent Valentine.
Oh, is that what he's from?
Yep.
He always looked like a Kingdom Hearts for me.
That's because his outfit is literally what they use for Cloud's outfit in Kingdom Hearts.
Okay.
Like, if you've ever seen Kingdom Hearts 1, where Cloud has that gauntlet and he's got like that scarf and bandages on his sword, that's Vincent's outfit. He's actually just wearing Vincent's outfit in that game.
That's pretty funny, though.
What I also find really funny about Final Fantasy VII and Kingdom Hearts is that Birth by Sleep, the prequel game, implies that Sephiroth killed Zack.
I don't know a lot about Final Fantasy VII, but that is a funny development.
Zack is
no, I know who.
Essentially,
Or I think I know.
Gongaga.
I think I know who he is.
They killed funny Gongaga man.
Me? Gone.
Like, the implication is so funny because it happens during the credits, and Birth by Sleep has one of the bleaker endings of a Kingdom Hearts game because nobody gets a good ending in Birth by Sleep. So in the credits, everyone's moving on with their lives in preparation for what's going to happen to them in Kingdom Hearts 1 or whatever. And then you have Zack, I think it's in a shot that's meant to mirror the Advent Children movie of Final Fantasy VII. He's standing at the edge of Olympus Coliseum looking over Hercules and Phil. And then he looks behind him and there's just a black feather that drops to the ground, which is imagery associated with Sephiroth because he's the one-winged angel that has a black wing. And then you just never see Zack ever again.
He just got spirited away. I
think Sephiroth just straight up fucking killed him. Because you encounter Sephiroth for the first time in Kingdom Hearts 1 in the Olympus Coliseum world. And you also encounter Cloud there for the first time. So, piecing it together, the implication is that Sephiroth killed Zack, Cloud found out, and went after Sephiroth. And then at some point, Tifa caught wind and eventually caught up to him in Kingdom Hearts 2.
I'm not sure if it would get better or worse if I understood what Kingdom Hearts was about. Because as it stands, I don't know what to make of this. It's almost incoherent. You are not incoherent, but the words you are saying are incoherent.
It's a highly contextual game. It's not confusing. You just need context. Basically, all of the characters that you recognize from being as part of different franchises, they originally come from their own respective worlds, where some version of the events of those games or movies has either already happened, is about to happen, or is currently happening by the time the game starts. So this applies to all the Disney characters. This applies to every Final Fantasy character you see. Well, maybe not the characters from Final Fantasy X, but that is particularly weird in itself.
So what
like-
you're telling me is that Astro Boy or Astrobot is a Kingdom Hearts.
Kinda. Something they introduce in Kingdom Hearts 1 that kind of gets abandoned by the time of the second game is the idea that you're not supposed to interfere in the affairs of... Did I just teleport? Oh,
Oh, you're getting sent to a new instance because your old one was too old.
empty. Fair enough. Now, but basically, Challenge Revenge of Jormag the Ice Dragon. Okay, sure, why not? Oh, I should probably... Yeah, my skills. Oopsie poopsies. Okay. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, so they introduced the concept of you're not supposed to interfere in the affairs of an individual world. The only reason you're able to do what you do in the events of Kingdom Hearts is because they're already being fucked with. You're basically being sent there to close the doors so that shit doesn't already go even more out of hand than it currently is. And then by the second game, it's just kind of like, alright, whatever, just fucking go. Oh, I should probably do something with my inventory. What do you suggest I do about this? Sell? Craft shit? Dismantle? Is that how this works? Is this like a Genshin Impact? Where I upgrade my gear with other gear that's worse than the current gear I have?
No, you don't do that at all.
Thank God.
Everything is very upfront and straightforward. The gear you have is the gear you get. There is a max, but it is not difficult to get. You don't have to exchange or refine anything to get it. Excuse me, you don't have to exchange other gear to get it. There is obviously an exchange, like you get currencies and everything.
So should I sell to this armorsmith guy?
Well, if you had a paid account, I would say to look at the trading post, but you can't do that. So to start with, I would say whenever you're clearing your inventory, always deposit materials and compact just to limit what you're looking at.
How would I do that?
By pressing I to open the inventory.
Compact. I pressed the button, something clicked. Deposit all materials.
One challenge
Ah!
now.
So yeah, that deposits them directly into your bank. So if you decide you don't want them later, you can go to your bank and then do something with them. But you don't have again, you don't have the trading post, so you can't do what most people would do and sell them.
If I did have a paid account, that would be a one-time purchase, right?
Right.
I'll think about it.
I guess everything else you can just sell to the merchant. If it's not better than the gear you have right now, you can just sell it. Unless you plan to start crafting, which I don't recommend.
Not this early, huh?
Never actually.
Really?
Let
Why
me
is this trend?
hold on. I have a video for this. Maybe you would want to play it on stream.
Oh, I now have a third eye, but I lost all my fucking luchador drip. What the fuck? What's the video you got ready?
Hold on 1 second. Okay, I am pinging it to you in Backstreet.
Very well. Sorry, Fig just sent me a very context-specific Grand Blue meme.
It's always about context with this guy.
Sorry, I'll be better and not provide any context at all next time.
Good. It's about time.
All right. Let's see. Can I? Okay. Can you guys see this shit?
I
think
see
you
it.
can. Okay.
So yeah, just really soak this in.
Oh, it's ass. Oh, it's ass.
Just watch. Just watch.
It's one where it ramps up, but starts out really fucking slow.
Mine. All mine.
But the material I'm crafting here in particular is of the highest rarity, which means it takes the slowest. So if you were to craft something like copper ingots, they would all craft almost instantly. But in general, this is the experience you're in for.
Oh, so it's one of those AFK while you craft all your shit games.
Yeah, you have the materials, you click the button, and you wait for it to do its thing. There's absolutely no redeeming features to it. And also, crafting is a secondary discipline, and one character can only have 2 crafters on at the same time. If you want to change which crafters your character has access to, you have to pay a 50 silver fee.
Sweet, sweet loot.
Which is not a lot, but you do have to pay it. And if you're crafting anything worth having, you're going to be switching a lot, unless you just have all the crafters leveled across multiple characters.
All mine.
I feel like we've been sitting here for 5 minutes and it hasn't even been 2.
See, I've done this sequence probably 20 times.
Why would you willingly do this?
I want the shiny.
What's the shiny? Is it a weapon?
Shiny.
Or is it like just a cosmetic? Don't tell me you're
actually-
doing this shit just for glams.
It's just for glam.
Oh my fucking god.
Actually, it's very functional glam, because a few years ago, ArenaNet introduced what they call the Legendary Armory, which is anytime, which is actually a 2-part system. Number 1, legendary weapons can be hot swapped between any stats at will, with no cost or consequences. That is very handy for a lot of reasons. Number 2, every single character on your account gets a unique copy of those legendaries for free after you make them. So once you have made a legendary, you permanently have access to gear with all stat combos, which is insanely useful. So it's not just glam, but it's also glam.
In this particular case, were you doing it for the stats or the glam?
The glam.
You fucker. That's all
Well,
I
I
needed to
don't-
hear.
Look. All my friends stopped playing this game years and years and years ago, even long before I did. So I didn't have anything to use the gear portion of it on. You get any?
Jesus.
Yeah, it's still going.
Loot.
I still think I think I prefer this over the shit Genshin does.
I would not be
Genshin
surprised.
Is at least it isn't as mind-numbing to look at like this.
Mine.
But the thing about
mine.
Genshin is that to get specific gear, you go to a specific dungeon that drops gear for specific characters. And think of it like 14. You know how like each piece will have like your attack stat, and then it'll have like
All
the
shiny.
vitality, tenacity, determination, etc., etc., etc.
Yep.
Think that, but like each piece has a main stat. What the hell is this? Oh. Ew. Why does Discord think I want to watch this shit? Anyway,
Yeah, Discord recommendations are always the most cursed.
the Prince of Egypt wasn't so bad, but no. So the problem with Hoyo games in general is that they all do this, where it's like you have 4 to 6, depending on which game, armor pieces that all come with the main stat. So like the first 2 pieces will be always like either HP or attack, with no variance. But then the rest of the pieces will be various stat bonuses like crit rate, crit damage, speed, defense, stuff like that. Elemental damage boost, percentage, stuff like that. And typically each character has, at this point, already been mapped out to have their ideal stat rolls. The other problem is that every subset they come with is min-maxed, or is randomized. So, like, if you say have a character who wants a pair of boots where the main stat that gets invested into is speed, you also want to try for substats. Like, for example, character A wants speed boots or sometimes attack boots, but you also want her substats to be crit rate, crit damage, percentage attack, or speed if you got the opposite main stat, and then, like, flat attack. But
Flat.
very often you'll get shit like, oh, you get defense boots, which have flat defense substat, flat HP substat, flat, not flat, but scaling HP percentage as a substat, and then like effect hit rate when the character you're trying to build doesn't do debuffs. It's mind-numbing that you have to just constantly do the same dungeon over and over, not just because you didn't get the specific body piece that you need, but you didn't get the right stat on that body piece, and you didn't get the right substats on that body piece, although the latter at that point is frankly just greed.
That sounds miserable.
Like, yes, dailies in like Honkai Star Rail and Zenless Zone Zero can go by pretty quickly. Genshin's a little slower, a smidge, because it's not like super fast action-packed shit. Some builds you can turbo out damage and shit, but it is generally a slower game than the other two. But imagine every day trying to build a new character because you don't want all that daily stamina to go to waste because it's a fucking gacha game. And then you end up with either literal worthless equipment or effectively worthless equipment. The biggest disappointing factor to me about MiHoYo games is that they are gacha. And it's such a shame that it seems to me that those are the only way those games could have been made. Without that business model, I don't think those games would have ever gotten approved for development. And that sucks. Because they're... As much as we shit on Ruby's taste for what she likes in those games...
I mean, I leave that to Aya. I leave it alone.
Yeah, by we, I mean mostly Aya. Sometimes Kid. Sometimes me. I see that there are legitimately interesting and intriguing plot lines in some of the games. Sometimes. That's a lot of asterisks, I understand, but I was thinking about a quest line that I recently did in Genshin Impact that involves you going to this desolate island, which is mired in fog and lightning, where all the inhabitants seem to be absent-minded, save for one child who befriends you, but is seemingly confused the more you investigate what's going on with the island. And I won't give out any spoilers, but it's a combination of subtle terror, tragedy, and it's just generally thought-provoking in a way that reminded me a lot of Final Fantasy X, which is a game I constantly sucked the dick of.
I don't mean to derail, but I just got jump scared by a topically named character.
Did you encounter someone named Titus?
No.
Titus?
Hold on. I'm cropping the screenshot.
Or did you encounter a Ruby?
A ruby. Alright, I have posted it.
Jumping puzzles?
Oh yeah.
Iron Ring, Amber Pebble, Garnet Pebble, Malachite Pebble. I think probably condition damage is the way to go. If I remember correctly, the build I'm going for is one that is extremely oppressive, but not necessarily defensive.
I don't remember what you're going for.
I'm evil luchador wizard man. Let me take a look. What did you send me? Oh! Nah, Ben's alright. He's a literal bear. Meet heirs the Galkin at her Hullbreak homestead. Sure, why not? Those are combinations of words I recognize. Where the fuck is this quest? Did I, like, scroll past it?
Yeah, the icon can be a little small sometimes, but scrolling out tends to help.
Oh, that's not even this fucking region. Oh, it's because I hit level 20, isn't it? I technically reached a new threshold for plot, huh?
Yep.
Why not? Let's work on this plot. That's what we all came here to watch. This Guild Wars 2 stream where I've been talking nonstop about completely unrelated things. I mean, fuck it. It's my stream. If you guys don't like it, fuck it. We're just gonna yap on and on.
I am right in front of you. Behold, the fruits of my labor.
Why are you short?
Why are you wide?
All the
Fucking
better to hug you
square.
with.
Literal
Excuse
living
you,
square.
I'm a rectangle. I'm going in the wrong direction. The plot is this way, but I wanted to unlock the teleporter, so it's fine.
So,
I
yeah,
thought
there
for
are
a
a
second
lot
that
of,
was the bear.
there are a lot of different weapons like that I've made over the years, all on my lonesome.
I now understand why you run ultimates.
No, that was a completely different and separately complex system of factors. And also, I don't expect it to ever happen again.
Yeah, you say that, and then like in 3 months, watch. You watch. You'll be doing fucking lesbians extreme.
I really want to, but the simple fact of the matter is, I don't want to look for a group of strangers, and none of my friends are going to invite me again. Being invited by Skull one time was a total fluke, and it's never going to happen again. I don't think I've ever voiced this to any of you before.
You haven't voiced anything until recently.
So after I went to raid with Skull, after we finished with Promise in Shadowbringers, we did UCOB and Uwu, leading up to the release of Endwalker.
Mhm.
And then once Endwalker hit, we did the first tier. What was it? Asphodelos. As soon as we finished Asphodelos, as soon as we finished grinding it, Skull and 10K just up and left to find a better static. Which in turn led to a couple more people also kind of losing the group morale and leaving to get their own different groups also. So once we went into the first Endwalker Ultimate, Dragon Song's Reprise, we were 4 out of 8 for that original Endwalker static that was originally billed to be lasting for the entire expansion.
Jenga
So
moment.
needless to say, I was not happy. And then when we did get into recruiting, which was all done by a guy I previously had not given much credit, he put in a lot of effort to hunt through applications and listings and everything and finding people for us. And so we went into Dragon Song's Reprise with 4 complete strangers, and to their credit, they ended up being real G's. Like these people were not the best players, but just fantastic to raid with for their part, and I miss them every day.
Oh, you
I'm
mean
pretty sure I'm pretty sure they
tell
don't
you to
even
be
remember me.
quiet?
No, but early on, like fairly early on, like we were not making the best pace. We were not making like month 1, month 2 pace. So one person actually ended up leaving us for another group, and just like that was a complete shock to me. I had never encountered that kind of event in the middle of a tier before. Like raiding with Risk in Shadowbringers, I always had complete faith that if we lost someone, there would be someone else to fill later, and everything would not be for nothing. But raiding with strangers in, well, some people I knew, but otherwise strangers in Endwalker, as the days and weeks rolled into months, it started to become increasingly stressful because the next Savage tier was going to release, and if we didn't finish the Ultimate by then, people were going to leave and everything would be for nothing. There would never be another chance to do this again, for me at least, because I didn't have anyone else to do it with.
It's the friend group versus the mercenary group dynamic.
Because like just at a core level, I do not want to group hunt. I do not want to like apply to people. I do not want to go through that kind of stress. I deal with Party Finder pretty badly, if I'm being honest. So
I mean, you don't have to fucking tell me.
so long story short, I am never going to do ultimates again. Not because I don't want to, but because I can't. It's just not in the cards for me.
Yeah, my group experience, you already know, but like to elaborate for anyone who's just now watching my stream and maybe new. In Final Fantasy 14, you can make a group of 8 players for a given raid or dungeon or whatever. And I ended up joining a group after we had essentially disbanded from a previous friend group, which Ramp was part of, following some raid series that we all got fucking tired of. And for that tier of dungeons, the group I was part of, by invitation of a very close friend, a dear friend who I would consider as a brother, had me introduced to some strangers. And they're not bad people. I'm not going to say that. But it was a shock to the system how differently I was treated as a part of their group. Which is to say, I wasn't really treated as part of a group because this group turned out to be a reserve for an existing static. Nope. Perfect time for this, Origin. Real fucking great timing. God. So anyway.
You got any ice splinters there, buddy?
So anyway, we had it was like a group of like 5 to 6 people depending on the availability. It was never consistent, and it also meant that because we didn't have a full 8, every time we wanted to do a dungeon, we would open up Party Finder and open ourselves up to 1 to 3 random ass players, which already didn't mesh well with the kind of volatility that the group it was inherently already had. I won't speak to the personal details of each individual person, but I do remember feeling pretty kind of fucking disrespected and shut down by the static leader because I would sometimes talk during the raids, and he basically shut me down, told me to be quiet, and I was just like, oh, all right, well, fuck. And at that point, I just muted everyone during the static because it got to a point where I understood the mechanics inherently well enough that I didn't need the fucking callouts. Which, by my standard, is pretty bad because I tend to be the person who needs to be handheld the most when it comes to raids like this. So the fact that I was memorizing this stuff without issue and was just putting on fucking loud as fuck pirate rock and metal music to drown out every other fucking noise because I was like just trying to focus. It was like, oh man. I honestly, it was a mistake on my part to not leave sooner or vocalize my concerns. That was a mistake on my behalf. But it also taught me a valuable lesson of I don't want to do that shit ever again. And I have not raided since.
Yeah, it was very unfortunate that you encountered those circumstances in what is arguably the worst raid tier ever released.
Me when I'm in a be fucking boring as possible competition and my next competitor is fucking P7 Savage. Oh!
Well, I guess it is hard to out-boring a tree.
That fight is just so fucking ass. I don't even want to look at Donchill Savage.
Trouble is brewing.
Well, Donchill Savage
And
is probably
fast
better,
off,
right?
the Wolf Shaman
Surely.
has summoned the 2 of us to deal with it.
Wolf sent me a dark
Depends
vision.
on what you mean
My
by
friend
better.
Krennic's homestead was burning and besieged by ice creatures. I saw you there with air, fighting them off.
Well, how would
Clear
you
sign.
measure it against P7?
Of course I'll help your friend. If the pack needs
M3,
I'm ready.
in my opinion,
Wolf's
is
vision
comparable
hints that
to...
you two are meant to walk
No,
a greater path.
No, I
see that
can't.
his
I
wisdom
can't
and
say that.
cunning live in both of
M3,
you.
in my opinion, is worse
Wolf
than
knows I would never
P7
turn my back
because
on friends.
nothing happens the
I'll meet you
entire
at his
raid.
homestead and we'll deal with any trouble together.
Nothing ever
There's
happens.
not even a late stage where everything starts happening at once. Straight up, nothing happens in the entirety of M3. Did you do the Alliance raid?
Nope. I was gonna do
The-
it after the story, but then the story ended where it did, and I was just like, nah.
The Alliance raid, Juno the First Walk, the final boss of that raid has more mechanics and is more punishing than M3S. That is not a joke.
Well, that's balanced out by the fact that you have 24 players.
I actually have a really fun recording of my first time there on launch day for that patch. 24 players did not balance it out at that time. Now everybody knows what to do, but at that time it was a genuine struggle.
I think that's the fun of alliance raids.
Absolutely.
It's the most fun in the first few days, which I guess you could say the same about Savage, but it's not nearly as much for Savage. In fact,
No,
I'd
even
say
with,
Savage
even
has,
with Savage,
has
but
like,
even with Savage, just hours, like even mere hours after patch, people are already sharing strategies and
Yeah.
clippings from streamers.
I-
Everybody already knows anything, unless you're in like the hardcore bracket and you're up at server up. Once you get to it, unless your team is going in completely blind and you're good, so you're not stalling on everything, it's just not that exciting.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was going to correct myself and say it's actually kind of the opposite for Savage ratings, where it's like the first few hours are like the least fun because you are scrambling to, assuming you're one of the first people in, you're scrambling to get through all of the content, see all the mechanics, and write down like how you can handle what positions to take, who should do what, and so on. And maybe there's people who do like that part of it, but at the same time, if you're racing, it's not. In the right circumstances, it can be fun, but it's more likely that it's not fun. I think the people who have the most fun with Savage are the people who come in right after that first batch.
Maybe. I will always remember, though, this was before you joined us, but in Shadowbringers, Risk did E1S on day 1, and we cleared it on day 1. And I was... that was my first Savage. That was the first Savage for about half our group. And I was very, very happy. I was very confident and satisfied with that experience. And then...
E2 happened?
E2 happened. It didn't shut us down, but it was an advancement in complexity enough that it took us weeks to get past, comparable, or as compared to the day 1 clear of E1S. And that was, it was kind of world shattering. Because up until that point, we had only done extremes together. Aya and Kid had previously done Savages in Heavensward and Stormblood, but the rest of us, that was all fresh.
Slayers
Mhm.
arrived. Come, Slayer.
If I remember correctly, E1S also has a reputation for being a little on the easier side.
Technically, people call it easier than E1N specifically because an attack that is random and very spammy in the normal mode is deterministic and baited in Savage. So everything is very scripted and consistent in Savage.
So it's got the honeybee lovely thing.
Basically, yeah.
If I remember correctly, you're talking about the laser segment.
Correct.
Yeah. I think I remember doing that fight.
Leave this to me, friends. I've dealt with Varg before.
Well, as luck would have it, I actually have our clear video saved on my hard drive because on my old computer, the headphone jack was shorting out and it would cause static unless I got it seated just right. And that video was the test I used to make sure my headphones were connected properly.
Nah.
Let me see here.
Ice dragon, hear it and cower, for it signals your death.
I probably should have just killed that guy.
Ice imps. Watch yourself. They spit ice.
Okay, there's me, Fuckwit, Kaze, Aya, Ruby, a random we got from PF, Temp. I don't know if you ever met Temp.
No, I met Temp. Trust me, I met Temp.
Oh. I genuinely can't remember that far back.
Temp has a distinction of being the first person I ever felt was being racist towards me.
Yeah, that checks out. I don't think I ever told anyone else this. The last interaction I ever had with Temp, he sent me a DM asking if I was black because I posted a picture of my hand holding a Scholar Job Crystal, like a little trinket, you know, that I bought off Etsy or something.
No kidding.
The lighting in the room was yellow, and I guess whatever he was viewing it on had darker settings to the display. I am not black, by the way. I think you know that, but just for the record.
Okay.
I just didn't respond to him, and then later, like a few days later, he just left.
Yeah, that's not a great look, is it?
Funnily enough, I actually met him in Expert Roulette one time. I said, "Hey, Temp," and we got through the first poll, and then he left.
Jesus.
So yeah, that was a fun saga.
The people you be meeting out there on the internet. Crazy, man.
It's good to see.
He accused me of, like,
I've never seen
getting
ice
hired
this
at a
close to
grocery
paper.
store because of affirmative
Lawrence Warren
action,
must have
that which was
powerful magic
fucking
to his
insane.
I remember
That's
that
not
now.
his horn.
Oh my
It
god.
was passed down to me through my family from my ancestor, Rommel.
Yeah, he was
How fucking
an interesting
bad.
fellow.
But why does Varg have your family heirloom?
It wasn't even a fucking corporate job. It was a bag boy position. Why the fuck would I need
Cheated, but I
affirmative
didn't catch
action
on
for
until
that
after he
shit?
left.
What?
I had no idea that it was a magic hoard. According to the family
That's not even how that
stories,
works.
Romka got it as a gift from a clan of bear people.
That must be the Coden. They have an enclave near Hunter's Lake. Meet me there and I'll introduce you. We can find out if they know any
That
more
was
about the
legitimately insane. Like,
Yeah, that was a time trademark.
hi, welcome back, Albie. I'm talking about the first time I ever experienced racism, at least in an overt way. Maybe at some point in my life, I just failed to perceive microaggressions. I hate that term, but if you know what those are, just like small little instances of racism, whether intentional or not. For me, it was like a couple of years ago, and it was someone who used to be in our Final Fantasy 14 guild. I was talking about, like, you know, I was like introducing myself. I was like saying, yeah, this is who I am. This is what I do. And I mentioned to him that, like, I felt proud about getting my first job, which was at a grocery store. And then, like, he basically brought it up out of nowhere, where he accused me of, like, he suggested that I only got my job because the government prefers minorities, and it's just like, huh? Like, there were a lot of white people working with me. I don't think there was any, like, singular distribution of race or anything. It wasn't like all minorities. It wasn't all white people. It was just like, it's people who applied for the fucking job. I remember it was a group interview at first, in the first stage, and it was a bunch of people, different races, different sex, everything. It just happened to be me that got selected for a bag boy job because they noticed I was available at the right times and I was located close enough to the store that I would be fairly reliable as a worker. Like, what? It was fucking ponderous. The first time I heard that, I was like, what?
Yeah, what makes him even more interesting is that we didn't chase him off. We never like went out of our way to tell him like he's horrible, he needs to leave or stop what he's doing. He just kept getting in arguments because of shit he said. He didn't want to hear anything back.
I missed all that because ads. Okay, Albie, basically, I introduced myself. I said that I worked at a grocery store. He said I got hired because the government prefers minorities, when I wasn't even the only minority in that vicinity. And it's not like, I'm pretty fucking pale. I'm pretty sure I could get mistaken for being white. But whatever. It's like, whatever. It's so weird. That dude was. I don't think he's indicative of any particular group of people. I think he was just kind of fucked in the head.
I think he was just a normal guy with really bad chains of information.
I think he was getting recommended the wrong YouTube channels. I think that dude was getting drip-fed Sargon of Akkad and shit like that.
Oh, absolutely. Not to belabor the point, but one one argument he got in a couple times was that he got a lot of his information from r/the Donald.
Boy, I bet we're all paying for that now, huh?
Yeah, I wonder how he's doing. I wonder what he's feeling right now.
Why was it letting me teleport there? I guess there's a combat thing there? Gather craft
Yeah,
materials,
if-
applying die, discovering waypoints. Oh.
Yeah, if there are swords on a waypoint, it's contested, which means you can't teleport to it.
Wow, I didn't realize that was even a thing.
Oh yeah.
I haven't seen that kind of mechanic since, like, Stalker Clear Sky? I mean, I've heard people say stuff like that. He's not the only person. I think it's more... Should I say it's his fault or not for saying those things specifically?
No, it is his fault. Maybe it's not his fault he ended up there, but he did say it.
Yeah.
It was his intention.
I guess I should question whether or not he was saying that of sound mind. Or if he was, like, attacking phantoms.
I don't know, maybe he just had a really hard time getting a job as a stalker, like a shelf stalker.
That sounds like he was either jumping at shadows or he had a really fucking personal vendetta against a minority. That's
He
what it
will
comes across to
destroy
me.
Kroger.
Stay out of trouble.
I want to destroy Kroger too after working for them for
Yeah,
so many years. Fuck that
Yeah,
place.
yeah, we should destroy Kroger.
If you shoot at a ghost and it hits a person, you still shot a person.
Less dragon lovers stink.
I'm basically implying that if he was mentally ill, I wouldn't be so antagonistic towards him. And I think it's likely that he could have been mentally ill.
Just from memory, I don't think he was. I just think he wasn't. I just think he was an average guy, and he wasn't like doing research. Like, you know, he's just consuming media however he happened to fall into consuming media.
So no real world experience, just thing I heard that impacts my opinion of other groups of people.
Yeah, but I think most people are like that to some extent.
I think so. I don't think I'm immune to that sort of... I don't think anyone's immune to it, frankly.
It's very difficult to keep yourself out of that kind of space.
Which fucking reminds me, because I made that joke about YouTube recommendations. Do you know what I saw on my YouTube feed today?
What? Do tell.
It was this video that was titled something like, "What I Learned About Men as a Survivor of Sexual Trafficking."
Oh no.
And I was just like, how the fuck did I end up here? It's just like, what rabbit hole did I end up on? What path or choice of decisions did I make that led to the YouTube algorithm going, yeah, this is the kind of shit he'll fucking want to watch? What did I do?
I don't know. Maybe you got it from my feed.
Fucking hell. I clicked a single Guild Wars 2 video and that's where it led me. Platter of delectable birthday cakes. It's not my birthday, though.
You are forbidden.
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
that's
21.
actually a form of raid food,
Oh, you mean like in 14?
kinda, but it's just a platter that an unlimited number of people can take from. You will usually, once you get into the late game, you'll find people put them down at a lot of events.
Ah. If it was below 1K views, YouTube will push random low view videos down with the YouTube algorithm. Nope, that shit was pretty highly viewed. So, I assume it's popular and resonated with people, but like... YouTube tends to recommend stuff that I recognize as like, oh yeah, I can see why it recommended me that. Except for that. That one fucking T-boned me like a truck in LA traffic. Is this person dead? Holy shit.
It's a war zone.
Biden. Joe Biden. Wake up. Okay. Well, I'm walking into the uncharted territory. Dawn Rise Pass. I almost said Dawn Trail again, you son of a bitch.
The Dawn Trail Pass. I wonder where that leads.
To misery, misery, misery. That's where it leads, Gramp. It leads to dead people who are never really dead and dumb stories that have either no resolution or very, very poor resolution for the sake of getting a message across that kind of fails the landing. I don't know, sometimes random stuff will affect algorithm in weird ways. If you look up too many Crockett tutorials, I never learned how to say that word out loud.
Crochet.
Crochet, okay. YouTube starts recommending you eating disorder stuff. It's weird. Coincidence? I think not. Jamie, pull up the statistics on fucking crochet and eating disorders. God, that bitch sucks. No, I tend to get a lot of long boy video essays on my recommended, although I have been frantically attempting to pull them down because I find that those often lead to very politically charged videos, and I am trying to not fucking poison my internet experience.
Since you followed it up that way, I'm going to choose to not ask what a long boy is.
Oh, just like
Honored
several
Cohen,
hour long
I come to see if you will hear the plea of
video
a
essays.
descendant of Romka.
Oh,
Do you know
okay,
that
it's one of
name?
those.
Yes. Romka is well known in our tales as a
Some of them are really well
straightforward,
done. Like,
honorable southerner. If you brought me
Pyrocynical's a bit of a
one his
meme, but
line, I'll
he has earned his reputation. He does very
I
good
promise that you want to hear this.
editing.
My ancestor carried a
Sometimes he
hoard
gets the
given to him
details
by
on
the
his
code.
videos wrong.
It was passed down to
Like,
me.
I think there's a
was
couple of
stolen from
details
me
in like
before I knew
his
of its magical
Darkwood
power.
video and his Cry of...
Now I need to find
Was
the
it his
horn
Cry of Fear
before there
video?
are dire
One of his
consequences.
videos
Your ancestor
Uh,
was wise in many ways. and
says
a
something
trusted ally of
incorrect
the
about a
Coven.
game detail, but
But
it's
you?
fine.
I do not know.
It happens.
you,
When you make videos that long,
other
they
than
tend to
tape
slip through the
of
cracks.
loss. So, in Coda's name,
But it's very
Coda
obvious to tell that that
himself
dude is very
knew.
creative, puts a
the
lot of
dredge to the south
thought
ravaged the land.
into those
Their
videos.
mine director calls himself
And I'm
the
willing
Overminer.
to
Kill him.
put them
and
on in the
bring me
background
proof of his death.
while I'm
In
working.
return, I will tell you all
Because
I know of
my
the
work
Horn
cycle kind of
Zone.
goes like, I will get
A worthwhile
a series,
cause.
like a bunch of work done
Great
at
for
once.
both our races.
It sometimes
I'll
won't
handle this
work,
Overminer
sometimes
on
it
top
will,
of
but I
that.
want to refine it. And I'll let myself like just think about something else for like 10 minutes, and then I'll go back to doing my work. So that's kind of how I digest his videos, because they're very long, but they're broken down into sections in a way where, like, if you watch them like 10 minutes at a time, you'll still retain the overall theme, I guess he's getting at with his videos. My main problem with Pyrocynical is that he also does the YouTube drama shit. Not on his main channel, but like he advertises his other channels all the time, and those other channels are like, this latest internet thing is blank, and that shit is poison. Get that shit off of my fucking feed.
100%.
I get that that's probably the main source of where he gets like the consistent resources to make his bigger projects. Because I'm pretty sure he operates his main channel at a deficit.
Really? That's kind of crazy.
Like, production value versus ad revenue from that channel specifically.
Well, maybe it's offset a little by sponsorships.
I think the only sponsorships he takes are from, like, gamer subs? I don't remember.
Well, they do have the weeb money.
I skip through his ads, frankly. A lot of YouTubers I skip through those ads. I never buy shit from their ads. I like Wendigoon's channel. I liked cryptids. I like him talking about cryptids. I like him talking about ghost stories and shit like that. I think that's great. But, frankly, if I have to watch another one of those fucking health drink ads of his ever again, I might just go down to Appalachia and get shot in the head by him.
That's the spirit. Getting shot in the head is the first step on your journey as an anti-capitalist.
It's the first and last.
Well, not always last, but usually.
Are they going to resurrect me as a fucking zombie, Graham?
Could be.
Oh, wait, shit. I'm not healing. Look at me. Get resurrected. I need help.
They do. The Dredge do have guns.
Well, I have swamp magic and worms. The people whose entire career is making a 30-minute video about whatever stupid thing their TikTok algorithm has been showing them this week is to follow Western civilization twice a month. Insert that image of Morgan Freeman with the true caption underneath it. But also, it's like, ugh. I hate that, like, internet discourse basically boils down to, what did this person say on Twitter today? It's hideous.
Yeah, I've gotten sucked into it to an extent I'm not comfortable divulging.
We've homogenized the internet too much. We need to break this shit down. Yeah, kill them, comrades, he says. What comrades? Ho.
Oh yeah, you're learning more about the Dredge today.
They're learning a lot more about me.
A fine battle. You fought with such skill, such precision. The Dredge were no match for you.
For us, you mean? Two heroes are better than one.
Nah, yeah, man, that wide boy
These
Riz.
challenges will prepare you well for taking up the mantle of leadership. Now grab the weapon, followed by Knight Ozai.
All he's missing is the World of Warcraft pauldrons.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he kind of reminds me of, like, Uther, I think? Did I just get a gun? Wonderful. I'm transformed. My gun transformation. Alright, I can summon things. I'm still a wizard after all.
You have seized the means of destruction.
Behold my worm. Next, I'll get a gun that fires worms. Return the Overminer's boomstick.
Oh, after this instance, you actually I didn't notice until now that you have all three of your skill slots you unlocked, utility skill slots. I mean.
Oh yeah, these.
So after this, you could start your progress towards becoming a minion master. If you still want to do that.
Sure. I feel like I'm going the wrong way. I'm going crazy. No, shit. Thank you for following, Kuro said 5. I don't know if I just completely fucked up the pronunciation. I can't even say pronunciation right anymore. Fuck. I feel like my English skills diminish with every passing day. Specifically when I stream.
That's okay. English as a language is also diminishing with each passing day.
Oh, Albie says, those videos are more like, I've been seeing so many TikToks of people doing thing I've literally never heard of that TikTok is only showing them because they keep engaging. And here's a 30-minute video about how this is actually a horrible, widespread societal problem, and it's like, you are a dog barking at a mirror. Oh, that's weird. I like it, though. Guns in this game are very intriguing.
At last, the Overminer will no longer tear out the heart of the land. You have satisfied Coda, and I will aid you. I have sensed a recent disruption in the balance of the land.
I'm
Yeah, we've
almost
been
as big as this bear.
We've been ignoring the game pretty much on these streams, but the Coden, these bear people, are, in my opinion, one of the more interesting aspects of the world.
I have witnessed many active sons of Svanir in Drakentelt.
Yeah, I feel like I'm disrespecting the game by doing this, but like, I am
Drakentelt is a
paying
short jaunt
attention
south
to this story. It's just
The
not
dog is there with my horn. It should be simple enough
the
to
thing
take
I'm
back.
talking
I will
about
find
because
you there and lend you Coda's strength. My people created this horn. We will help you find it.
it's more like I'm not really doing
Yes,
story
Slayer
objectives
and I started this
for most of the
together, and
stream.
we'll finish it that way.
Yeah,
But we also wish to know more about the Coden people.
but in a
We
way,
welcome
the
your
world,
presence.
like the exploration, kind of is the story. You can theoretically just mainline the personal story as it's delivered to you, like by the quest marker, but that's only like a very narrow slice, a cross section of what the game is, what the game features, basically.
Skin unlocked. Shiver Peak staff. Vertus says, yo, I'm having problems with Twitch chatting. New to Twitch. Are there any common problems you're aware of? No, I am illiterate in the ways of Twitch chat. However, I can respond to comments on both YouTube and Twitch in real time. Unless you're a robot, in which case, you're not a robot, are you? We don't polycot into robots around these parts. Okay, we can keep exploring. I didn't equip the new stuff.
It's fine.
Get out of here, dog. Don't make me meet my quota. There you go, run off. I keep trying to press C. It's dire, Gramp. I need to uncondition myself. I just realized I didn't even equip the staff tier before the one I just got. Wow.
Are you still running around with the
Good.
full inventory?
No, I did compact it.
But did you
I didn't sell
offload any
anything,
of the
no.
other junk?
Nope.
Okay. Yeah, if you don't plan on upgrading your account anytime soon, you probably do just want to sell it to the merchant.
Okay. Kirsten's post, corrupted ice is all but claimed Lion Road, and I can barely keep this side road clear. I'm proud to keep Snowhawk safe, but there are bigger fights to be fought. You know why there are so many hunter traps? The local hunters use them to trap rabbits and other small game, but now you're more likely to get one of the ice brood for your trouble. It might help it might help trade this area if you help clear out the traps. That explains it. Thanks. Then I just don't help him. Oh, I would have teleported here to sell my ship, but like, yeah, let's do plot first. It's fine. I do appreciate that one of the earlier areas is this, where it's all nice and cold and snowy and everything feels horrible and awful. It's just like playing Heavensward again. Except I can't fly.
Well, you chose the right race.
Are you telling me I'm going to get banished to Mexico
Yes.
later?
The imbalance is stronger here.
Yes, actually,
I can
but
sense the horn casting a
mostly I
dark
was saying
shadow.
every race has a different starting
Use the
country.
horn to summon ice imps. If he found a way
Imagine
to
starting in
infuse the horn
Mexico.
with Jormag's corruption, there's no telling what else he could unleash with it.
Actually, I
Stay
guess
close and move
you already
fast.
have access to
I'll leave
Mexico.
you without the horn.
If we're
Huh?
assuming Mexico is the yellow area.
Oh, Jesus. I just recently finished the core stories that's leveling myself. How are you liking the game so far? I like it. It is exactly what I want at this particular point in time, which is just a nice, not too sweaty experience to start with, where I can walk around, explore, and talk with people like I'm doing right now. Ascalon is not Mexico.
I mean, there's a wall.
Brother, there isn't even one in actual Mexico. That dude never built it.
True, true.
There's like a sad little fragment of something at the border. Oh no, I've been attacked by ice people.
These creatures are not magical.
Oh?
Varg! You cheated me out of my inheritance. I know your dice were loaded.
Oh, it's the
Give
thing
me
I
back my
chose.
ancestor's horn.
The whole thing has been the thing you chose.
I know, but like this is a particular detail I remember picking.
Stupid enough to fight me.
Hand over the horn, Varg, and no one has to suffer.
No, but if you bow down before me, girl, I'll make your sacrifice to Jormag a fast one.
Then it's by force.
This is the part where I summon a lucha ring.
Oh man, you don't want to see Wyatt Wesson saying it's time for force.
I summon my worm.
I summon an even larger worm.
Wow, he is dying really fucking quickly.
Yeah, that's power creep.
The horn's still in one piece. But it feels
Is it
strange, like a bitter
Monster
wind
Hunter
is
power
blowing through it
creep?
all the time.
It is Jormag's corruption.
Is it what?
From every
Monster Hunter
crevice
with
and
you know
corner.
that one
It is
set
no
of gear and
longer
world
the horn we
that they just give you at
crafted
the
for
start
Ron.
now,
It
where
has
you could just
become
like
a vessel of darkness,
kill thing
terrible and dangerous.
really fucking fast.
My people know a way to
Yes,
destroy
but
this
it's
destruction.
systematized power creep.
But in our hands, we can preserve Ramka's legacy.
So it's not
His descendants should
like
decide
that the
whether to
gear
keep the
you've
horn
been
or
given
destroy it.
is exceptional.
It's your choice,
It's
Slayer.
just that
You can reclaim the
from
horn
the
and
point in
Ramka's
time when
legacy.
this content was
Or you can
designed,
maintain the
player
balance and
power
destroy it
has
with
increased by
Skoll
like
Horn.
20x.
Choose wisely, Southerner.
Keep the horn or destroy it.
I
What
think
server am I
Wyatt
playing on?
Wesson. I think Wyatt Wesson would keep the horn for himself.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna pick.
I wish you clear skies.
The horn is my legacy and an important part of my ancestors' legend. I can't destroy that. And also, I need to wear the horn as part of my drip. A brave choice and one the Kodan won't like. The horn might be dangerous, but we can make sure it doesn't fall into the wrong hands. Romka's legacy is important to the horn and to me. I know now that I have to protect it.
There aren't a lot of choices the Kodan do like.
If they have a problem with me, they can bring it up with me in the fucking ring. Works for me. Fuck me, I'm pressing E now too. That's the that's the objective. That's the quest log in Zenless, I think. That muscle
but on
memory is
the-
fucking me up.
On the subject of power creep, one of my favorite memories of the beta weekend events was making a Char. So like the Char are a brutal warlike people, and I remember the quest line that I chose, the Blood Legion. Like it was actually, relative to other story content at the time, like actually crazy. Like, it ended with a boss fight that I actually had to really leverage effort into, and that was really something back in the day. But not anymore. Now you just hit him a couple times.
Funny enough, that does kind of remind me of Grand Blue. In Grand Blue, there's certain fights that are semi-scripted, where the boss has stats that are supposed to be high enough that you're not supposed to be able to actually beat it. But those quests were made in a time before certain characters and certain items got released. So in my experience, I had a character who uses a skill that essentially plants a bomb on them, where when they activate a certain special attack, they'll get hit with 1 million points of plane damage, which is much higher health than anything in the game at that point. So they do their scripted attack, but then they trigger the bomb and they die. So I don't actually lose, but the story treats me as if I did. Grand Blue has a major problem with their story disparity like that, because like the story treats you as if you have specific characters that aren't guaranteed and some that are. But the side stories kind of treat you as if you have every single character you could possibly get. Although we now know that it's more of a modular situation, and you can ask Gaia about this, and she really doesn't seem to like it, but I don't.
I will not.
Basically, you have like this, you gain access to this power late into the story where you can perceive other versions of yourself, which is the explanation as to why you have a proficiency in every possible job you can pick in that game, and why you have a familiarity with every character, even when the idea of having all of those characters all at once is just unfeasible with the threats that they present you. Because, like, in the main story, there are things that the party finds challenging that, if it were treated as a side event, wouldn't even fucking register as a threat. You would just snap or fart on it and it would die. But main story you is much weaker than side story you, basically. Up until you get that item which syncs you to every possible version of yourself, which includes the unfathomably overpowered version of yourself. It's a stupid plot device, and I hate it. I hate the main plot of Grand Blue. I hate most of the story of Grand Blue. Sucks.
That kind of reminds me of Doom Eternal, honestly.
I don't want to think about that. I haven't played it yet. Also, I'm sorry. I've been
Honestly, I don't
ignoring
recommend it. I don't recommend Doom Eternal.
Really? Well, shit.
I mean, well, the base game is fun and only moderately cringe.
What When the fuck did I get this? Oh, is this the trial mount? Oh, shit.
Yeah. It's only on a limited time anyway. However, I guess it's moot since it's limited time. Or is it? No, I don't think I see a thing on you that says it's limited. Well, if you have it to stay, I have a challenge for you.
It's down there.
Don't use it. Oh, is it?
I have 5 hours left.
Oh, okay.
Nah, fuck it. It's fine. It's fine. I won't spoil myself with it.
It's not so much a spoiling thing, but I know you like getting as authentic an experience as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And for the first 5 years of this game's lifetime, we ran around the entire world without mounts. Some people find that unfathomable today, but it's how we did it. We liked it. We went both ways uphill in the snow naked.
Oh, jeez.
That particular challenge becomes more noteworthy in the first expansion, especially since I'm pretty sure they only the first and second expansions only come bundled, so mounts become unlocked at that point.
Ah.
But yeah, it's a very singular experience to wander the world on foot, and I actually recommend it, not just as a novelty, but for the sake of its own pace, really. The major downside is that you will usually miss out on desirable world events unless you're there early, because people who have the mount don't want to wait. They want to kill it instantly. They will not let anyone else get credit.
Oh.
That's probably the worst part of the modern game. But for the late game, like once you get into the expansions, like everything becomes super structured and like on a schedule, and no one can clear everything out on their own. But in this core section of the game, like from the base release, that is very much a problem.
Ah. Every time he stops walking, it looks like he's got that, like, sad little, like, limp. For just the briefest of moments.
He's been running on a sprained ankle this whole time.
Don't remind me, this shit isn't fucking Fallout. It appears you have an equipped item that does not have its stats selected.
Oh yeah, you can do your skills now too.
Yeah, where do I click this here, huh?
What happens to a pack if all the males are killed?
Which one doesn't have stats?
Scatters.
I do not know. Unused upgrade slot.
Has our extinction in mind.
Is that what they mean?
No, that shouldn't be it.
First time in life.
Skin unlocked, student coat. Unused upgrade slot, unused upgrade slot.
Oh, maybe it's your weapon?
Unused upgrade slot. Customize?
What about your alternate set?
It's probably that I don't have an alternate. Maybe it's my offhand. Oh, my
Well,
alternate
no, you
set.
see down there with the axe and the horn.
Oh,
Yeah, you have two weapon sets to switch between.
hatchet, mighty soft wood warhorn.
Oh, yeah, it looks like the hatchet doesn't have anything.
Should it?
Yeah.
So do I equip something else?
Oh,
or...
but it didn't have anything in the customized menu. I have no idea.
I don't understand.
Oh, maybe it's one of your trinkets on the right-hand side.
Oh! Wait, no, wait, what? Oh, it's that. Why did I think that was mutually exclusive? Huh, weird. This music is really good. Alright, here we go.
Oh yeah, this is one of my more favorite tracks from the base game.
And you're doing
I had to
a
unmute the
lot
stream
with a
for a
little
second.
of this, with this location. They really make it look big, even though there isn't too much going on.
What if I told you there's 5 more cities like this?
That's pretty good.
Pretty good.
You know what I was thinking about?
What's that?
Actually, first you should answer this question. How long have you been playing GW2?
Since launch.
And I started...
Oh, actually, no. Before launch, I've been playing since the beta weekend events.
Ooh. I have been playing this game for all of 2 days. This is day 2. What I was going to say is, like... Have you ever played World of Warcraft?
Back in 2007, my uncle gave me a 1-week free trial to World of Warcraft. That is the only time I've ever played it.
Okay, so maybe that's not going to be very helpful for what I was going to bring up. Because I was going to say, I think World of Warcraft did a thing at some point where, like, past a certain expansion, you can choose your starting area. And the number of starting areas you get increases with time as each expansion is released. Does that sound right? Is that a thing WoW does?
Beats me.
Because I was going to say, I was thinking about, like, what if Final Fantasy XIV did a thing where at some... Oh, God. Kid jump scare. I was going to say, what if Final Fantasy XIV did a thing where at some point, past, like... I don't know, after Dawn Trail, for example, the number of regions you could start playing and change, and based on that, the scenario of how the story plays out changes. That would be pretty bad, I think. Like, as much as I would like it for, like, future players to be able to start in, like, Ishgard in a post-restoration world, that thought scares me.
I remember in fairly recent interviews, I think before the release of Dawn Trail, Yoshi P was stating that they were considering a feature to skip directly to the latest expansion for new players.
That is a thing. They do have tickets, right? Skip tickets?
Not the purchasable skip, but like as a starting point that comes like integral to your purchase.
Oh. I don't know if I like that. That sounds bad.
Yeah, I don't relish the idea. Like, the game is extraordinarily long now, but most of it was designed to fit together. Like, it is even between like disparate expansions that are not directly connected to each other. It is a cohesive overall experience, overarching experience.
Yeah, it's meant to culminate in Endwalker. I could see an argument being made for being able to start off with a fresh character with Dawn Trail. Do I plan on buying the expansions for Guild Wars 2? I have no idea. I have been playing for roughly 7 hours total.
It is an increasingly difficult proposition to sell people on a game that only becomes exponentially bigger over time.
And if we're being honest, it's getting hard to sell people on the idea of staying on the boat. You have an equipped item does not have stats selected. What on earth? Double click it to assign stats. What am I fucking missing?
I don't see anything in your inventory that would indicate which one it is.
I'm losing my mind. Is it the fact that there's a completely separate template? No. Is it the training stat? Is it this that I haven't picked out yet because I wasn't sure which skill I should get?
No, it wouldn't give you a notification for that.
Vampirism, corruption, minion.
Although you can do that now.
Oh, let's get a fucking blood fiend. Let's go.
You can probably get 3 or 2 or 3 minions at this
Bone
point.
minions.
Actually, you have a lot of skill points.
Bone fiend, shadow fiend, flesh worm, flesh gold. Oh wait, I don't have enough of that.
Say, now you can switch all your skills around and summon a shit ton of minions.
Can I replace all of them, or is it just the right bar?
The right-hand side is the skills you can change. Left-hand side is always your weapons.
Blood fiend. Change this to bone fiend. Or shadow fiend. Oh, we're fiend maxing over here. Double click all your gear and click unused upgrade slot until one works.
Oh, is it the upgrade slots? That's so bad if it is.
Oh, there it is. I think it's that. No? Okay, fuck. I don't understand. Oh, there it is. Hardy, honed, hunters, ravaging, rejuvenating, strong, or vigorous. Ravaging? Yeah, I'll say ravaging. Okay, is it gonna, like, fuck off now? Okay. I think I'm okay. Let us talk to air once again.
Something troubling you, Slayer. You've been as silent as snowfall since we left the Coden.
It's the horn. I was irresponsible for gambling it away in the first place. It's not the best way to honor a legacy.
I lost it in Vegas.
And yet you tracked it down, fought Varg, and rescued the horn. I was proud to stand with you. You truly honored a legacy, and infused it with your own.
When I was young, I thought our legends were built on drinking and killing. Turns out it gets forged in quieter moments, like now, standing with a friend after an adventure.
I am honored to be your friend.
Did I just say
It's been a while
the
since
real
I've
adventure
used
was the
that
friends I
word.
made along the way?
Place the horn on the trophy mount. Let us reflect on what we've learned, friend.
Are we going to put a cursed horn on a publicly accessible trophy mount?
Yep.
Are we sure that's a good... It's next to a bed! What if someone accidentally picks it up like a phone?
Well, it'll make for a hell of an alarm.
There it is. Romkey's horn. Grab it and cut down these weaklings.
You gotta be fucking kidding, right?
The corruption is stronger
Are
than
you-
we thought. The horn is defending itself.
Surprise.
Oh, hold on. There we are. Come forth, my bones. Get his ass. Can I summon a dragon later?
No.
Damn. Canon Kratos in GW2. I don't think this is how God of War plays.
I thought we could save it.
Although elementalist players can summon fire
Horn
elementals.
saved us and defeated the Suns. If it were a Norn, we would say that it fought and died well.
Nah.
And we would celebrate that Norn's
I prefer
legacy.
that dark
What's
elemental
important
stuff.
is what we take away. I can be obsessed about the pieces
Darkness
on the
and
ground,
ice.
or be inspired by the legacy.
Look at me, guys. I'm
I
Golbez,
choose
Final
to-
Fantasy.
That's a choice I've wrestled with too. Travel well, Slayer. Until we meet again.
Her saying travel well, Slayer tickles that part of my brain that is like affixed to Yu-Gi-Oh! Because in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime, there's a scene where Yugi and Merrick are dueling each other, and at the start of the duel, they exchange decks so that they can shuffle each other's cards so it could be fair.
Hold on, I need to find the copy pasta.
Oh, God. And as they're shuffling, Merrick, because his whole thing is he's a fucking maniac and he's gone completely insane, while he's shuffling his deck, he just goes, "Ah! Shuffle well, Pharaoh, and pray with all your might that Ra is at the bottom of the deck!"
Great beast of the sky, please hear my cry.
Oh, God.
Transform thyself from orb of light and bring me victory in this fight.
Ooh, skin unlock, sheepskin doublet. I think of like a crafting set in 14 when I hear sheepskin doublet. All right,
Yeah,
so
it's pretty similar, isn't it?
now we're caught up on the story. Now we just grind to the next story development. I guess it's time to go gathering, Gramp.
Gather away.
Where are the gathering nodes in this game?
Everywhere.
Is there like an indicator though?
You can see them within a certain radius on your map, your mini map, but in general, they are not in cities where you are now.
Yep. I can't believe it. Final Fantasy XIV's got a leg up on Guild Wars 2. Where you can just find the nodes. That being said, I will say it's kind of ass that a part of the cycle for crafted stuff in 14 is you have to get this one node that spawns once every in-game day, which is roughly equivalent to like an hour, I think? Or is it 30 minutes?
That's why you do. That's why you do the cycle of the 5 or 6 of them. So you get one every 12-ish minutes.
Ugh. I was never a fan of how that kind of works. I get why. I understand it's got a place in 14, but like, it's kind of lame. Crafting and gathering for 14 is just kind of weird to me because you got like collectibles, you got your weekly stuff, you got your other appraisals, you got like strip mining essentially.
There's nothing to make you. There's nothing to make you want to jump off a bridge more than getting, like, spending all your gathering points on getting an item and then realizing you didn't have your collector's glove on.
I think it does it automatically now.
No, it's not automatic.
It's not? Oh my fucking god.
Or I don't think it is. I'm pretty sure it's still a skill that you toggle.
I think it turns on by default, but you can still manually turn it off.
Maybe.
Do you have access to your mount travel so you get around much faster? Yeah, it's not about going fast for me. I like taking it slow because it's time to just kind of like talk, to really enjoy the journey. It's a simulated experience of something we rarely get to enjoy in our lives nowadays. Oh, I'm just fucking dead?
Holy shit. What level is that?
What the fuck is that? I think I went
is
the
that
wrong
level
way.
40? I think that is level 40. I'm looking at a really bit crunched stream.
Gentlemen, I think I accidentally Final Fantasy 2'd myself.
The fun thing used to be you could do that in the story. It didn't used to be gated in tiers of 10. They used to be.
Oh.
Oh yeah, you went into the higher level area.
Oh, it happened again.
Yep, there we go. But yeah, the story quests you used to they used to increase in recommended level by 2 or 3 at a time, but you could tackle them anytime you wanted. So you could potentially do story quests that were much higher level than you. Not anymore.
I'm gonna go over here then. Holy shit. That is a certified Final Fantasy 2 moment.
Bro got eaten by a lynx. Don't tell lynx.
Funny enough, one of the first things that can happen to you in Final Fantasy 2 is you can get fucking mauled by a rat. Or I guess they're specifically were-rats. But, yeah, it's fucking... There's some of the more brutal enemies. Funny little quirk about... God damn it. Oh, did that do the thing in my chat? Oh, no, it did, because those are 2 separate emotes.
Wait, why did it move? Oh, because the time ticked over. God damn it.
Mm-hmm. I did do a thing where if you post a single emote in my chat, it'll look like that.
Oh, I see.
The window is specifically sized to accommodate for single emotes. Ah, there it is. Yeah, I figured people would like that. It's a neat little thing I added just last night.
Oh, I crashed the preview.
Oh, it doesn't do it for GIFs, I think.
Yeah, that's a shame.
Huh. That is an interesting quirk, mostly because I don't really run into animated emotes that often.
Oh yeah, when you die, you need to resummon your minions.
Oh, yeah. Oops. All my disgusting fetish creatures.
Just don't show them to Kid and it's fine. Especially not the Blood Fiend.
Jesus Christ. But yeah, I like... What was I saying? I got distracted.
Something about Final Fantasy 2.
Oh yeah, Final Fantasy 2. Right out of the first city you start in, you can just, if you walk straight down, it's like a few tiles. It's like maybe 10 tiles at most to get to the southernmost part of the island. The game treats you as if you are in Mysidia, which is the second to last area of the game before the final... It's the last area before the final dungeon of the game.
I like that. I respect games that let you wander into high-level areas at any time.
No, here's the thing. Mysidia is supposed to be, in story, separated by water, which is why you need a boat to get there, but due to
you can just walk?
You can walk to a part of the map that is considered Mysidia, even though it is still technically on the opening continent. So it'll register random encounters. It'll register the random encounters as though you were in that endgame area. That being said, Final Fantasy II has one of the most open world maps in the franchise. to start with. Kratos featured in Guild of War 2. Now, it starts out semi-open, where, like, you can theoretically walk up to, like, this region called Palamikia, which is where the main antagonist resides. That's where his empire is. And there's some strong enemies there, but that region is actually only, like, mid to late game. Not end game. However, as soon as you get a canoe, you can pretty much explore the entire map. Because the only thing separating you from the vast majority of the map is a single lake, which can be traversed with a canoe, which is separate from, like, an actual boat. The boat only really gives you access to, like, 2 places, one of which is Mysidia, and the other which is Deist, which is a very small island that has enemies that are outclassed by the stuff you'll encounter in Palamikia, so it's fine. 2 is a fucking gnarly game about how you, like, progress. There are intended locations for you to go, but you can get lost or intentionally go out of the way and run into things that you should not be touching at all. And I think it's funny because there's a part of the game where it intentionally teaches you to do that. The first thing you get in the story, the first major quest you get in the story, you are supposed to infiltrate what used to be your hometown called Fynn.
Finn the human?
Fynn. And to do that, you could just walk into the city, but it's filled with monsters. But not just monsters, it's filled with patrolmen who will just walk around. They'll casually ignore you unless you go out of your way to walk up to one of them and essentially right-click them to talk. At which point they will immediately identify you as a rebel, and then you will fight an enemy that's not intended to be encountered for like another 30% of the game.
I intuitively recognize this experience from Morrowind.
However, if you're clever and a little lucky, or if you simply prepared by fighting enemies in the northwest area of that village, because those are also semi-advanced enemies that you could still theoretically beat, you can just kill them and they'll drop very powerful armor that will serve you up until the mid to late game that is resistant to poison. Which is a disgusting status effect of Final Fantasy II.
So you're saying that's an optimal route, is to be a cop killer?
Sorta, kinda. The main thing is you have to put in a little bit of investment because your typical weapons aren't going to do shit against them. Their armor is their armor, and that protects them from your attacks as well. However, Final Fantasy II does this really quirky thing where your fists scale as their own weapon.
Oh?
Fighting barehanded outscales most weapons.
Does Ruby know?
I don't think Ruby's ever played Final Fantasy II in her life. And the other thing about Final Fantasy II is that shields, equipping shields is kind of broken. Because shields do not function in Final Fantasy II like you would imagine a shield would work. Like, equipping a shield in Morrowind, that just affects your blocking, right?
Right.
Final Fantasy II regards blocking as evasion percentage. Like, if you if you block an attack in Final Fantasy 2, you effectively dodged it, and the game treats it as if you dodged it. And did not take any damage at all. So the more proficient you become with a shield, the more often you will outright evade attacks.
Is it possible to push this percentage up to 100?
Yes.
Oh, goody.
So it'll get to a point where you just need to equip a shield and your bare fists, because you can dual wield in Final Fantasy 2. Everyone can dual wield in Final Fantasy 2. So if you, say, buy a cheap shield worth 100 gold in the opening town, and then unequip whichever weapon your team started with, congratulations, you can now beat Final Fantasy 2.
Coincidentally, that is also a path you can take in the new God of War games.
Oh, my inventory.
It's not that broken, but you can do it.
Oh, I need required level 31. I see. What was I gonna say? Fuck. I'm trying to remember. Oh, Final Fantasy 2 is a funny game, because do you remember those knights I was just talking about? The patrolmen?
Yep.
They not only drop good armor, they drop a spell called Toad, which is one of many similarly functioning spells in Final Fantasy 2, where polymorphing, casting Death, casting Teleport, and casting Warp on any one enemy will function as if you've instantly killed them.
Okay. Are there restrictions on it? Like you can only do it on enemies of a certain level?
It's based on your proficiency with magic.
Okay.
Proficiency with magic in Final Fantasy 2 scales like Morrowind.
So you just have to grind it out?
You just have to keep casting it.
Amazing.
So it's technically easier to grind out Teleport and Warp, because Teleport and Warp can be used outside of combat. Because you can use Teleport on yourself to exit a dungeon, but you can also use Teleport in combat to teleport your enemies out of existence. However, most enemies are immune to that kind of thing. And undead enemies are obviously immune to death. What they are not immune to is being turned into a toad.
I see.
Nothing is immune to being turned into a toad, including the final boss.
Seems like an oversight.
So, are you familiar with the spell Ultima? Of course you are. It's
From
not a
the
trick
deepest
question.
pit of the seven hells to the pinnacle of the heavens, etc.
Yeah. It's, oh, wow. My inventory's full. I
And it
should
will
probably
always
just
be
look at
full until you sell a whole bunch of shit.
Essence of Luck? Is this permanent?
Yeah, that's permanent. So you can double click those. You can also, if you see those leather bags that you have in your top bag there, you can just throw those away because they're worthless to you now.
Oh. Destroy.
And those weird oval things are recipes. If you double click that, it gets added to your account. It doesn't matter. You don't need to worry about putting it on a character that will use it. Just get rid of it.
Oh. I see. I should not have clicked that bag. No, what was I going to say? So, Ultima actually originates from Final Fantasy 2. It's an actual spell that can only be learned by a single character. Whereas every other spell in the game, you can purchase from a shop. Ultima is a plot-relevant, one-of-a-kind spell that a named character who was a former party member literally sacrifices his life to break the seal on so that one of you can access it and learn it to use against the Emperor.
Oh, wow.
It's bugged.
Bugged how?
In its original release, it does a pittance of damage.
Fantastic.
Actually, no, it's not
He
bugged.
died for this.
It's not bugged. If I remember correctly, there's an interview with one of the original developers for Final Fantasy II, and he says he intentionally fucked the damage on Ultima to teach the player a lesson about how these seemingly all-powerful legends actually turn out to be worthless. Even at its highest rank, Ultima will not do as much damage as I think like Aura, which is a spell you can buy in Mysidia. It won't do as much damage as Holy.
It seems kind of duplicitous if it's not, like, integrated into the narrative somehow.
Yeah, it's never implied that the spell is actually worthless. It's never addressed by the characters. It just assumes you got the all-powerful spell and the person who literally saved your life at the beginning of the game sacrificed themselves so that you might be able to stand up against the tyranny of the Emperor. It's worthless. Thank you for the follow, not to Jub. It's so fucking funny. Final Fantasy II is such a fundamentally just broken game. Nothing works. Or if it does, it works too well.
And the moral of the story is, power is worthless.
Oh, I will say, the other broken thing in Final Fantasy II is this weapon called the Blood Sword. It
What does that do?
may also be translated as blood weapon. But what it does is that it deals damage equal to 1/16 of the target's HP. And can hit multiple times.
Oh, there it is. Tell me, did you have any proclivities related to this blood weapon?
Don't use it on undeads, because using drain spells on the undead will kill you.
I was more asking if you liked it and used it a lot.
Well, you see, the final boss has a shit ton of health. So assuming you don't want
I
to be
see.
a Toad Master, you can simply find this elusive, one-of-a-kind, extremely powerful weapon. Now-
You will get on just fine in Elden Ring, I think.
Now let me ask you, where would you find such a weapon as this?
I don't know, in the dumpster? Someone's shelf, like behind a dresser.
There is a character you meet at the beginning of Final Fantasy II whose name is Paul. He is a thief. His thing is that he's like the traditional D&D rogue type character who never steals from the kingdom that you're from. Because, you know, he's a thief, but he's got a heart and he loves his homeland.
Okay.
And he gets imprisoned pretty early into the game by the Empire, but you save him, and he, like, in gratitude, leads a bunch of hostages to safety. Once you reclaim your hometown, about halfway through the game, a little past halfway, he goes back to his home, and you can talk to him, and he'll tell you... I don't know if he tells you about it, but he's got this little alcove behind his bed, where if you walk through it, there's just a little room where he keeps a bunch of knickknacks, and one of them just happens to be the blood sword.
And just some baubles he's picked up. Does he just let you have them?
I believe he tells you that you're completely welcome to take your pick at anything, whichever you might need for your journey. Because Paul's a cool dude. He's a thief, but he's like, yeah, I know you guys are saving the world. I'm not gonna get fucking mad about that.
I think that's a pretty fun way to include that kind of item.
Oh, and in subsequent releases, starting with the Game Boy Advance release, they added an extra campaign where you can play as characters who die throughout the game. Because Final Fantasy II, you end up with the 4 party members you started the game with. But due to plot reasons, you kind of cycle between different people as the 4th party member, with you usually keeping the core 3. But
does that mean you you essentially go through a series of events where everyone you meet dies?
no, a couple of them do live. Particularly Gordon, who is the former prince of the kingdom, who ends up... His character arc is that he ends up accepting responsibility and marrying the queen so that they can protect the kingdom together. But the thing is, Gordon is the brother of the queen's former lover. Gordon had a brother named Scott, who is actually the guy you're supposed to reach out to in the very first quest you take on in Final Fantasy II.
Awkward.
And you find him in his deathbed, and he gives you a ring, which is actually the game's map. Every time you look at the map, you're actually pulling out his ring and using that as a reference.
That's pretty cool.
But yeah, he immediately dies. Later on, you meet this monk named Joseph, who, absolute lad, face tanks an Indiana Jones boulder for you. So that the 3 of you can escape with with Mithril. Actually, no, not Mithril. With Adamantite, so you can forge better weapons.
That's what's up.
How much longer we gotta wait?
So he ends up dying, and then...
Oh, that's not what's up.
As I mentioned, there's a character who saves you right at the beginning of the game, because the very first thing that happens in Final Fantasy II is that you get ambushed by 4 endgame enemies, and they just fucking maul you. But you get essentially resurrected from the dead by a priest named Minwu. And
My creature.
he's the guy who ends up dying to get you Ultima. And then, somewhat late into the game, you meet the last new character you can recruit into your party. His name's Ricard, or Richard. He is the first ever Dragoon featured in a Final Fantasy game.
Is it when you... I know it's not related at all, but when you said that name, I got mentally vine boomed by the Ricardo meme. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
The guy dancing.
No, meeting the Dragoon in that game is so funny because you like, it's pure coincidence that you run into him because it is right before you get into the tower that you need to get the Ultima spell. You get eaten by Leviathan. That's the game Leviathan comes from, and he just eats you, and you have to fight through his bowels. And then you just happen to see the Dragoon in there who's, like, in there, too. And he's like, huh. You guys got eaten, too, huh? Yeah, hey, what's up? Did you know that the Emperor poisoned all of the water in your homeland and all the Dragoons except for you have been killed? And also every dragon has been killed?
Just breaking it to him easy.
This probe appears to have self-destructed.
Yeah, don't mind that. It's fine.
I can't believe I'm
Nothing to
seeing
see here.
Ayla Mao's in my fucking Guild Wars.
Move along. Nothing to see here.
Destroy the corrupted ice. Fair enough. Oh, I have been completely neglecting gathering materials, but it's fine.
It's just a suggestion. I've never completed all of those.
It does help me level up, but so does just exploring shit and fighting, so it's fine. But yeah, like, so the post-game campaign you unlock after beating the game, you get to play as a party where you start out playing as Minwu, because he's the most recent death. No, well, he's not the most recent. Well, the point is, you play as him because he inherits the stats, I believe. He starts out with semi-high stats so that you don't get completely fucked. But you end up finding Joseph, you end up fighting Richard, who sacrifices himself alongside the last dragon to stop the Emperor from killing all of you when he comes back from Hell, because Hell is a thing in Final Fantasy II, and he kills Satan.
Now even the stakeholders are having trouble getting.
Now that is what's up.
We could really use some help dealing with these challenges.
Yeah, the Emperor of Final Fantasy II is kind of fucking metal. He literally is just like, imagine David Bowie from Labyrinth. You kill him, he goes to hell, he meets the devil, he kills the devil, he takes over the devil's throne, and he drags hell into the world. Absolute fucking madman.
I mean, you gotta respect the hustle.
But no, and by the way, Hell is the final dungeon of Final Fantasy II. It's even called Pandemonium.
Hey.
But anyway, when you play the Soul of Rebirth campaign, which is the post-game that I'm talking about, you play as the dead guys, which are Minwu. Your first ally that you can recruit is Scott, because he was the first person to die. You can find Joseph, and then you can finally find the Dragoon. And you basically go through this weird equivalent of the final dungeon, which isn't quite Hell. You guys later find out that it's actually essentially purgatory. And it's awful because you eventually find the city, or rather the village, that is like the main hub of the campaign. And it consists of basically a bunch of NPCs that you ran into in the main game who end up getting killed when the Emperor summons a giant fucking tornado to kill everyone. And it includes Cid, who is the first instance of a Cid you actually see in a Final Fantasy game. As well as the rest of that village, essentially. Which includes women and children.
So what I'm hearing is that 14 needs to take more inspiration from 2.
Yes, they especially need to copy the fucking the leveling system. Where you don't gain levels, you just level proficiency with everything and either become an almighty god or just like kind of okay with spells.
Paladins become the most insufferable fucks ever.
Dodge tanking as a paladin, holy shit. That would bring back the Conjurer meta. Shield and staff, baby. One-handed staff.
I am kind of sad they never stuck with that. Even just for aesthetic purposes.
I get why they did, because they wanted to homogenize everything, but at the same time, it's like, then why? Paladin still uses sword and shield, but at least they're not separate fucking drops. Now you just get them as a single thing. That was
only
kind
took
of
them
insufferable.
4 expansions to do that.
That was kind of insufferable that they decided to like flip flop on that until they finally said, okay, just get the one thing and you get both of them.
Yeah, and then they removed shields from even any niche relevance because you can't salvage like extreme materials from them anymore.
Yeah, that sucks. That's kind of sad. Look at how I'm fucking hobbling.
Yeah, that sprained ankle finally caught up to you.
No. Oh, but yeah, the post-game campaign, it turns out that you are in purgatory, and if you keep going upward, you're in heaven.
Oh, it's just that easy.
You're in the equivalent counterpart of the final dungeon of Final Fantasy II, which is Hell. So you're in heaven. And who's up there at the top floor of heaven? The Emperor.
Well, yeah. Again, I gotta respect the hustle.
And do you know why? The explanation is, when the Emperor died, his soul split in half into his good half and his evil half. His evil half ended up becoming the King of Hell. And his good half ended up ruling over heaven. Ostensibly.
That is a very strange manifestation of the divine right of kings. But it sounds like the good half wasn't pulling his weight.
The good half basically says, hey, you guys did a pretty good job getting up here. I know it was really tough getting up here, but, like, you want to chill out over here and just hang? And you guys almost say yes? Because getting up there, yes, is a fucking miserable experience. That postgame fucking sucks. But then you get visions of the characters' loved ones who are still out there in the world of the living. And you also see visions of your party fighting the evil Emperor. And they're like, wait a fucking second. You're not good at all. You're just an asshole.
Yep.
And the Emperor starts fucking mauling. He's like, you know what? Fine. You don't want to fucking chill out of here. We'll just fucking kill you. What do you think of that? And then you kill him. And then you guys are like, well, we finally did it. Now what? Nah, of course, the team moves on from the afterlife because, you know, purgatory and shit. Final Fantasy II is a bad game, but it's very strange in ways that I find very interesting. Ooh, protect Soderheim-Stedding from the Ice Brood. Well, that's not here. Let's get over there.
Yeah, I think it's easy to see the vision based on your descriptions.
Final Fantasy II is like such a divorced experience from the traditional Final Fantasies of its time. Like, let's say 1 to 6, although you could further divide those into like 1, 2, and then like 3 to 5, or rather 3 to 6, I guess. Because no, I think you can divide it as 1 to 3 and then 4 to 6, because 4 introduces the active time battle system, which is where it's like it's not a conventional turn-based system where you just pick your actions and then your turn goes through depending on your speed and stuff. I'm sure you know what an ATB is.
No, not at all.
Well, okay. Fine. Quick explanation is that each of your party members has a meter. When that meter fills, they can act. But the same applies to your enemies, so you have to, like, pick in real time what you're going to do during a fight. So it prioritizes menuing and shit. Two is just the weirdest overall because I don't think any game in the mainline Final Fantasy ever goes back to that system of leveling. And for a good reason. It didn't work out as well as it really should have. But I think it was a funny experiment, and it's a little hiccup in a step where they were still trying to figure out what the hell a Final Fantasy is. Why am I hearing 8-bit sound effects? gonna stick with the Iron Ring. Click here to unlock additional back slots using gems. Ugh.
I wonder if you can even do that on a trial account.
Upgrade your account with the Guild Wars 2 expansion to unlock 2 additional back slots per character.
Can't even give them money.
In a way, I kind of respect it. I much prefer this business model over something like a Genshin.
Yeah, easily.
Words cannot describe how much disdain I have for gachas. Like, no, you don't technically need to roll for any one character. You do get plenty of free characters, but your experience will very much be worse for it. And also, Genshin encourages rolling multiple copies of the same character to get the full moveset, essentially.
No, that's weird.
Like, you do get the full moveset, but the moveset properties change depending on how many copies of them you have, up to a maximum of 6. Like, for example, the duration of a skill will be increased if you reach, like, 3 copies of a given character. Their stats will increase. Technically, it is the min-maxing to end all min-maxing, and you don't necessarily need everything. But there's also... They have a separate gacha for the weapons that those characters want. So, like, you have to choose between whether or not you want more characters or you want a stronger individual character with their specific unique weapon that makes the most of what they're meant to do. Like, yes, there are free options that work well with a given character, but their best option, their BIS, will always be the premium weapon. And no, you don't have to pay money to do that. You just have to get really lucky in order to accomplish that. But you're still probably
Please
going
continue to log in every day. Do not ever stop.
You're paying with time or money, which is true of a subscription-based MMO, like with 14. Although, those are more periodic spending. All that being said, you are never forced to ever spend money on Genshin. I think you can install it for free. Pretty sure you can install it for free. It is free to play.
Yeah, I thought all the Hoyo games were free.
I think
at least
so.
to install.
So it does have a leg up on, like, WoW and 14. But you still pay with a lot of time.
Well, I guess if you're like the budgetest of budget players and you really like this specific aesthetic and you have nothing better to do, I guess it has a leg up over subscription fee MMOs.
Yeah.
But then you could also be sailing the high seas.
Well, you can't do that with a subscription game.
No. Some of them have private servers.
Yeah, but those usually are never up to date, and plus...
I mean, if you can't spend the money, the difference is moot to you.
Yeah. I love throwing minions at shit and just having them kill for me. I just think that it's incredibly lame that the strongest version of a character is locked behind luck or money for me.
Yep.
Either make me have to work for it with grinding in game with like a dungeon, or I don't know, because like it's just awful to me, I think. That being said, the differences feel subtle to me. I think anyone who's like, oh, you need to get this person's signature weapon, or oh, you need to get at least 2 copies of this particular character, they're, to a small extent, they're deluding themselves a little. There is never content in a Hoyo game where the difference in how many copies of a character you have is the life and death, you know? There are a couple of endgame fights you get periodically in a patch cycle, but like, other than that, you can bulldoze practically anything. What the hell am I fighting?
It appears to be a veteran Icebird troll.
No wonder it's fucking with me like this. Alright, we got him, boys. He's down. Support the crafters of Soderheim? Soderhem. I cannot pronounce these words.
They do not get easier as you go along.
I'm sorry, I don't speak Scandinavian.
How's your Gaelic?
Shite.
How's your Arabic?
Insert Arabic curse word.
How is your... Shit, I don't even know how to combine this. The Asian continent, Kantha, is a combination of Japanese, Chinese, and Korean. So have fun with that one.
Oh, that's just Far East Asia.
This looks like
As
a
opposed to,
fine
like,
place for
Southeast
adventure.
Asia, which is Ruby Lands.
Yeah, we don't talk about that.
What the hell? I can swim?
Yeah,
This must be fucking freezing.
you've been in the water before.
Eat your heart out, Stormblood.
Oh yeah, you also have different skill sets for underwater and above water. So
I
you have
do.
to reselect your utility skills.
Oh my fucking god. Oh, look, I can just summon more minions.
Yeah. In practical terms, it doesn't necessarily mean you have to change, but sometimes things will work differently.
I must be fucking frigid. And yeah,
You're built for it.
I look dry.
Wild Wesson would never let water touch him.
Wide Weston is afraid of water. I kind of am. I'm kind of afraid of the ocean.
That's reasonable, honestly.
I think I mentioned it before, but like I stepped on a cone shell when I was 8, and I was like, I'm never going to the beach
Oh,
ever
no.
again.
Yeah, things buried in the sand are a nightmare.
The thing was, it wasn't just like on the beach, it was like at the coast. Like I had just stepped foot into the water, and it was just like,
Yeah, that's terrible.
wait a second, am I talking to you? I am.
The spirits of the wild welcome you.
I sense a deep thirst inside you. Perhaps my rum will ease it. I'm in a playful mood today. Answer me a riddle and I'll share it with you. Speak your riddle.
Wow.
What's sharper than the wolf's sharpest teeth, quicker than the quickest leopard, and more adaptable than a hibernating bear?
Wit.
Well done, Raven likes you.
Let me see this rum then.
So yeah, he put it directly into your inventory, and when you double-click it, you will gain the skill point.
Ooh, sick. That rum in your pack isn't doing anyone any good out there. Why don't you pull it out and we can toast the hunt? To the hunt. Rum. That's a vial of thin blood. I am not going to drink that.
Why
There it is.
not?
Raven tonic. I haven't unlocked the cannibal perk yet.
You're a necromancer. You have to gain that perk through experience.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Oh, it's just a crafting material. I can't, it won't let me. Damn. To think I was gonna drink blood of the anemic.
Oh, traveler.
Tell me, Wide Wesson, what did you think of the rum you got from me?
I'll be raving about it for years.
And I'll crow about your visit for even more years. Safe journey, friend.
Good hunting. What a silly, like, little choice of dialogue. I appreciate that. Head this way.
Wait. Go, turn around. Look at that char. What the hell is he holding?
What? Is that a poop stick? What the fuck? I didn't even register that. Why is he like holding a monster hunter weapon?
Is that a player?
Oh, it's meat.
No, that's an NPC. I don't remember ever seeing that before.
What the fuck?
Oh, it's gone now.
Is that a... Oh my god, what the fuck? Why are you doing this?
Because he can.
He saw the meat and he was just like, Oh, that is a heavily pixelated Kappa. That's fine. Kappa's a very low resolution meme anyway. It fits. We're gonna go swimming, folks. We're gonna swim through this fucking freezing ass water. I feel fantastic. Speak to the scout to reveal new renowned hearts. Have you ever gone swimming in like frigid waters?
Sure haven't. Never will.
My dumbass was gonna ask you if there's any major bodies of water near you.
Not any I would want to put my body in.
That's fair.
Yeah, so the Salt Lake, it's a haven for mayflies. Just billions and billions of mayflies. And also, it's a horrible nest of heavy metals dust.
So I heard.
And Utah Lake to the south is a horrible nest of algae.
Yep.
And poop.
Yep.
I think there are some ranchers that must have some off-flow running into it.
Talk about caring for your environment, huh? Does Utah have any like water parks?
Yes. I
every
have
state
been
must
to
have at
one
least
before.
right?
I have been to one before. I don't remember where it is or what it's called, and I'm not interested in going back. But I have been to one.
I think I'm banned from a water park in Mexico.
How'd you do that?
Don't leave unattended 7-year-old children in a circular pool. I won't elaborate any further on that.
I didn't know you had a child to attend to.
Oh, no. I was the child. I will elaborate on that specifically.
Okay, no, I know.
Twitch shows me the Property Brothers. The Property Brothers?
He must be seeing an ad.
I once nearly drowned in a wave pool. Sick. I typically avoid water parks because I'm very self-conscious about my appearance, especially after my cancer treatments. Not great.
I used to be as well. Now I just don't care. This is just what I look like now.
Place for adventure.
Nah, my body's heavily fucking scarred after the shit I went through. Like, if you look at my arm, there's still markings from where the needles... There were so many damn needles that it just, like, never fully healed.
Hey man, scars are pretty cool.
I do have a pretty sick-looking scar on my stomach.
Yeah, people like that.
It looks like the fucking Red Mage insignia. Except it goes around my belly button. Where the cane part is.
God damn it, Biscuit.
There's also a crate catching our fish.
That's why I never learned how to backflip properly. The implicit fear of accidentally jumping into the back rooms and dying. I like that I'm just fucking walking places and taking in the sights. I don't have any particular goal in mind. Yeah, leveling up is great, but I get to do that just by looking around, checking out all these places while I'm talking and just kind of bullshitting.
That's the core game, man. Without exaggeration, a large appeal of this game at launch was as sort of analogous to a choose-your-own-adventure, as you have somewhat experienced with the choices you made in character creation.
I really appreciate how, like, scenic the game is, I would say.
Yeah, I like it. It's pretty good.
It's one of the appeals of where I currently live. It's really nice. It's a nice combination of, like, not too far from civilization, but far enough where you can appreciate, like, vast spaces of undisturbed nature.
The maps in this game are genuinely, in my opinion, the best part of it. And that sounds like damning with faint praise, but the way they structured open world content is very conducive to engagement.
No, I kind of agree. I will say, speaking of where I currently live in a broad sense, the wind, you can hear the wind howl here, and it's creepy. It's got this, like, ominous tone to it that I can't really describe, that really instills a sense of dread in me whenever I, like, go out for a walk and, like, pass by the forest. That shit is creepy. I understand now where people got all those stories about skinwalkers and shit.
Oh yeah, the wind going through the woods and everything.
Thankfully, though, the scariest thing I've ever actually seen that presumably came from the forest was just the possum. And the little dude just, like, being by the pool that's near the gym. I can't fault him for that. It's a pretty sick-looking gym. I feel like possums get a bad rep, but I understand why people don't like being around them. They're like less socially acceptable raccoons.
Yeah, they're the raccoon's junky cousins.
How the fuck do I get up there?
It's a jumping puzzle.
Oh, God.
Not really.
Oh, okay. I could do it.
I mean, it is jumping, but it's not an actual jumping puzzle.
Well, I assume something with these barrels here. I don't know. Is it jumping on the mountain or is it jumping on the building?
Oh, that's the adventure, man. You gotta find out.
All right, we'll dick around and we'll just. What were they saying before? Oh, wait. Is this a thing? No, it isn't. Yeah, it's specifically a water park in Mexico, and I'm not even sure if it still operates because it's not like a major brand. I think it was like one of those like smaller, semi-local parks. It was cool, but I also don't like water parks for the reason of like the metal. The slides were made out of like metal, and it felt really grating to slide on them.
Yeah, you ever catch your back on like with a seam in the metal slide?
Oh yeah, back when in like the playground ones, those like weird plastics that were like kind of like bolted together, and sometimes your skin would like catch on the little transition between the two, and then you'd get like a welt. Oh.
In the summer, like some exposed skin will touch a bolt.
And then you just get like a cut on your skin. Nope. Hate it. I think the last time I ever like played in a playground like that was one of those like what do you describe those as? Tunnels? Slides?
Tunnel slide? Something.
I must have been like in 5th grade. It was those like playgrounds that had like wood chips for the floor. As I never quite understood why wood chips specifically. I assume it's to like break your fall if the kids fall off of like a high place from on that playground. But I also think if you fall on wood chips, that shit's gonna give you a splinter, no? I guess better than breaking your arm.
At my elementary school, it was just rocks.
Oh, that's...
it was just a pit of pebbles.
I guess it's better than concrete.
Not really. If you fall on it wrong... Well, actually, also, because, you know, kids kick things and track things, so those things ended up on the pavement. And if you fall on the pavement and there's a rock there, it's bad times. I'm pretty sure, actually, my brother fell and hit his knee into the pavement, but specifically onto a pebble that was on top of the pavement. I'm pretty sure that injury was the start of his arthritis.
Jesus. I'm lucky that despite all the fucked up illnesses I've gotten over the years, I never once broke a bone.
Yeah, me either.
Despite the fact that I've been in situations that I really should have broken a bone, like that time I rode over a speed bump on my bicycle one-handed and flipped over and broke my face in the middle of the street. All that did was like severely break the skin, but it did not break a bone. Thank God I don't have a permanent scar from that, but I suspect that that incident had messed up my ability to grow facial hair.
Maybe.
Oh, who am I kidding? That's just the code
could
for
also have
not
just
wanting
been.
to grow.
Yeah, it could also have just been born not being able to grow. My beard sucks ass.
My brother and I, we both grow patchy facial hair, which is why I usually just kind of like clean it every so often. I don't have to do deep shaves. I don't have. I grow like small little whiskers every once in a while. Man,
I have enough to make it problematic, but not enough to make it look good if I grew it out. So I shave every week.
I'll just look like a disheveled hobo if I don't shave for like 3 weeks.
One time in high school, I did No Shave November, and that might have been the worst decision I've ever made.
Yeah.
It just looks so bad. It felt really bad on my face. It sucked to shave after.
Yeah, in some ways I'm kind of grateful that I don't. I'm fucking stupid. I was like, huh, we're viewpoint. How do I get up on top of this roof? And I just never looked at this.
Now you're just communing with the squirrel spirit.
I like the camera angles that they use for these things. Feels very nostalgic. Harkens back to that Assassin's Creed 1 era.
It does, doesn't it?
People give Assassin's Creed 1 a lot of shit, but I appreciate it for what it did.
I'm actually... I guess you might call this a contrarian viewpoint. I think Assassin's Creed 1 was the best Assassin's Creed.
Oh, that is so fucking mega contrarian, dude.
2 was a higher quality game, but it was also less interesting, and it only followed that trend more and more and more as time went on, and now it's just constantly pressing the X button to kill everybody.
I don't even fucking know what the current Assassin's Creed looks like. I don't know if I want to.
It's not really worth the time.
I appreciate Assassin's Creed 2 as more of a sandbox.
Fresh sights.
It's not the same as Assassin's Creed 1. Assassin's Creed 1 felt more like an open world where you use stealth to your advantage in between locations.
Yeah, it had the open world transitions and everything, didn't it?
Yeah. And I can see the advantages of that, but I do respect the decision for them to focus more specifically on the more enclosed atmosphere for a stealth game.
It did get kind of crazy sometimes trying to escape a city and flagging down a horse.
That is true. Maybe I'll revisit Assassin's Creed one day. I don't think I really want to, though.
Although I did spend some time rewatching the ending on YouTube, and it was not nearly as interesting as I remembered it being.
Wasn't that just walk up, stab a couple of guys, go up to old dude uses relic, you use stab?
Well, I don't even mean it in terms of gameplay. I mean in terms of narrative.
Oh, fuck all happens in Assassin's Creed 1 story. Fuck all happens. It's like...
Well, I was like 11 when I played that. Or maybe 13. Pretty close. Either way, not really the period I will remember things from.
Yeah. It's weird that they expand Altair's story in, like, the DS and PSP game? God, that particular fucking era of video games where everything had a goddamn spin-off on a handheld console. God of War on the PSP.
You know, I played Tomb Raider on the DS.
Oh my god. And the weird part is, I think
really funny.
I think for the Assassin's Creed spin-offs, it was all canon. Or most of it was canon. Like, details from those side games ended up being tied into when Revelations came out. Like, I think the woman Altair has kids with in Revelations is the same woman you meet in the spin-off games.
No, I prefer not knowing that, so I can just keep perceiving her as a random pop-up.
I mean, that's what she is, effectively. And frankly, I don't think that the side games even really, like, register as an actual character. She's just...
Bro meets one woman among his enemies and decides she must be his.
Listen, Altair has that fucking immaculate assassin riz. I will say, though, Assassin's Creed has never had the strongest character writing. And I respect
people
because
really,
that wasn't necessarily the point.
People really went hard for Ezio. His journey is kind of interesting, like, with regards to the meta story, like the meta narrative, like overarching with Desmond and Altair.
I like
but overall,
Ezio
in and of himself, he's just kind of a guy.
In and out of universe, he is a victim of his own legend. He is uniquely positioned in the timeline, well, at least at the point that the game is released, that his infamy as an assassin both bites him in the ass in the short term of his life and in the long term of the grand overarching story where he's essentially used as a mouthpiece to deliver a message to some random dude hundreds of years in the future.
Who proceeds to eat shit and die.
Yep. Hey, White Weston, you may not know me, but I know of you. I'm here on a mission to scout around Jormabak's stead. I could use someone with your talents. I'm listening. The Svanir and Jormabak's stead have been growing in strength recently. Kill them. You should also kill anything else you see.
It's just that easy.
Yes, sir.
You got an axe. Go out there and make the world better.
Is that just like anywhere I see them, just fucking kill them? All right.
Anywhere in the defined Heart Quest area.
Where is the Defined Heart Quest area?
Well, probably around Yormvaki stead he was telling you about.
Yeah,
Where
but,
does
like,
it say it is on the map?
There's no like circle. You just says like just go around here, I guess. Fuck it. If I run into a son of Vanir, he's dead. Hey, it's a Vanir. Let's kill it. Let's kill this inanimate object.
Looks like it's already dead, Chief.
Oh, damn. Oh, wait, those are things that aren't dead.
Looks like someone's working to change that, though.
Rise, my demons. Rise. I'm such a good person using undead minions. I'm a hero.
In Guild Wars 1, you had to actively defile enemy corpses to create your minions. They didn't just pop out of the ground.
Wow, it's amazing how necromancy technology has progressed.
I know. The alternative interpretation is there are just so many bodies in the soil. And frankly, that would not be inaccurate.
I was gonna say that does check out. Plus, because of how cold everything is, they're probably still in pretty fresh condition too. That's a little morbid to think about, but
Oh, just you wait, buddy. Just you wait.
you know the old saying, "Waste not, want not."
Oh, hey, there was a skill in Guild Wars 1 with that name.
No way, this reminds me of critically acclaimed video game Final Fantasy XIV that has crafter skill Waste Not.
You know, it's all one big circle, brother.
I can never escape Dawnchill. I will be halfway through Guild Wars 2, and some random NPC will come up to me and start yelling, "Speed!"
So smile and let the rainbow sing.
I'm trying to think. I don't know this game's plot, but I bet, like, imagine I'm working on, like, this a Kulikan-sized corpse to summon, and as I'm working on it, it's playing Smile.
Did you ever see the Oppenheimer edit with Smile?
The scene of them building the fucking bomb?
Yes.
Yes.
I just can't believe like that's the actual tone with which it's used in the expansion. The lyrics are about how much it sucks to be Spain. And then the song plays while we build a bomb to attack our civilization.
There are only so many ways I could say, what the fuck was Dawntrill's problem?
We really do have a habit of circling back to that.
It's kind of inevitable. We're playing an MMO and we are so fucking burnt by the recent memory of playing that fucking thing. It's just like, the comparisons are inevitable.
You may have less favorable comparisons later on if you continue with this.
Oh, God. Well, I suppose that kind of thing is inevitable. Where, like, if you experience more of a story, you'll see more story parallels between what you've already experienced in the past.
I actually need to catch up on a lot. I stopped, like, 3 expansions ago?
Damn, bro's still stuck in Stormblood.
Literally, yes. I stopped after the 2nd expansion, so actually Stormblood.
Christ. You know, I'm thinking of a very funny alternate timeline where Daichi Hiroi did something very stupid. Shut up. a timeline where he just where we got a second meteor equivalent, but it's the thing that happens in Dawntrail instead. The entire game resets
Honestly,
because Mexico gets nuked.
Honestly, I would have respected that.
That would have been such an unfathomably insane decision that, like, I might have respected it too.
It would have been insane, especially after
preventing the literal end of the universe.
Lengths. Yeah, the monumental lengths we've gone to stop everything from imploding, just to immediately nuke it by pure happenstance. Like, even if it was badly written, it would not be boring. It would not be a waste of itself.
Ooh, level up. 25 backpack straps of preparation.
Your inventory is full, by the way.
You are encumbered. Okay, drop these shoes.
Don't forget to deposit and compact.
Thank you.
Yeah, you gotta visit a merchant, buddy.
We can save that for some other time. Merchant.
Meanwhile, we're talking to Shengra the Stalker here. Those who seek to test their mettle and prowess against nature will find a true challenge in Mennerheim. Any who display exceptional skill will leave here as a hero. How can I earn the respect of the people of Mennerheim? The Norn respect fighting, hunting, and then boasting about both. Impress homesteaders, help hunters, prove your hunting skills at the sharpshooting range or by dropping creatures to snow. What should I say to the homesteaders? Actually, are these 4 separate quests that I can take on?
No.
Oh, so
these are just different ways to complete the one quest.
Well, fuck it. Let's keep killing shit.
You don't have to choose. You can do all of them.
Oh, how can I prove my skill as a hunter? Oh, so it's just like kill big stuff.
Yeah, the kind of silly lowbrow design that's unavoidable with these little heart quests is that they're just progress meters that you fill up by completing certain like flagged objectives. Over time, the exact context of that might change, but the nature of it does not.
Fair enough. I mean, fuck it. I've gotten through 14 this long doing the exact same shit. It's okay. I'm okay.
It's just regular side questing with less formality.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Wait a second, Grandpa. I didn't hear the da-da-da-da-da-da when I accepted the quest. How am I supposed to fucking play the game now?
No, instead you'll hear the whoosh when you level up.
Ah, yes, a random dead hunter. That's a good sign.
Yeah, get used to this. You're going to be doing this a lot.
Just the random ass NPCs who walk through a location to get mauled.
Yep.
To be fair, that was me just a moment ago. How far have I come? Oh my god! This map is so fucking huge! I should not have zoomed out, bro. What the fuck?
And you can just scroll down and down and down.
That's what I get for being years and years and years behind on content. Holy shit. Oh, I was gonna say, is that a goblin?
Worse, actually.
A Grawl.
I will be right back.
Impress the Mennerheim steadholders. Sure, why not?
A new place.
Oh, let's kill all of you.
Pressure.
I cast shit pit. I cast shit pit. I cast shit pit. I cast shit pit. Summoning the swamp. Why are you taking so much fucking damage and not dying? Get out of here. Crystal formation. What this? As you peer into the formation, you see countless distorted reflections of yourself. In some, you look squished or upside down. The effect is dizzying. Look away. Holy shit, die! Get out of here. Disgusting. I swarmed them, he says, as if he's not just fighting the one guy. Okay, fine, I have legions of demons, it's fine. The map is certainly as big as something like Morrowind. Let's unlock more waypoints. Holy crap, though. I think I might be going the wrong way. I might end up in this 40 to 50 hellhole. Nah, I'm sure it's fine. Oh my god. Don't think about it. Just don't think about it. Okay, I can't jump that mountain. Fair enough. You will find another way to the waypoint. You just fucking shoot me? Get out of here.
Live again.
I guess I have to climb up and move to the right. Moose is in the house. Got a fucking dragon mount. What is that? New event nearby. Champion imbued aberration. Why not? Let's kill it. I think I placed the spell in the wrong position. Hey, but it's dead. Country mantle. Ooh. Oh, wait, I'm being attacked. Die. I kind of feel bad about destroying my demon mask, but... Wait, sell a trading post? Oh. Ah, okay, okay, that's how that works. Well, die. All right. What is this weird aura thing that's happening? Oh, oops. Fuck. Mail. Happy New Year. Fuck! My inventory's still full. Whatever. I'll fix that later. For now, we'll discover Muldery Point.
I have returned.
Welcome back. We killed some random fate boss.
Nice.
And I got new armor out of it. Look at my fucking massive pads. I just did a cape and
Square Man finds additional point of squareness he didn't know he had.
With enough power, I'll become a fucking trapezoid. What the hell is that?
Oh, don't worry about it. It's fine.
Oh,
it's fine.
It just rejected me and set me on fire. I'm gonna go. I think it's scaring off the local wildlife. So I'm just gonna go. I'm just gonna go find that waypoint, and it's gonna be fine. Vitpilnet Hills. Oh yes, that is the shit we're talking about. We're getting out of here and going. That is such menacing music. What the fuck?
Oh, yep.
I don't think these minions will attack anything that you aren't already attacking, right?
Yeah, I think it's a guard situation. They'll attack anything you attack, and they'll attack anything that attacks you.
Good. I do not like it when it's, Holy shit, can I kill these chickens? That's fucked up.
You're lucky this isn't Skyrim, bub.
What, the chickens can fight back? Or will people get really fucking angry if I kill their chickens and drive me out of town to the point where I can't play the damn game?
I'll let you figure that out.
Oh, Dramp, I have a whole ass Oblivion to get through first. And I haven't even finished the Morrowind DLC, so... So much fucking backlog, dude.
It only gets bigger.
Wait, I can talk to the kid. The Dolyak barely flicks its eyes towards you as you walk up. It seems comfortable in its current state. Shave. I cannot believe I just fucking did that. Shave again? Okay. Well, at least he doesn't inflict damage to me, and he doesn't seem to hold a grudge. Look at this fucking gigantic, massive, potato-shaped man. Surely he seems like the friendly sort of wizard who will help you with your problems. Kind of looks like he's just wearing pajamas at this point. And of course, there's the massive staff that you would not associate with the necromancer. This looks more like a white mage staff than anything else.
Yeah, you can get really liberal with the aesthetics.
Yeah. What class do you suppose this is, guys? Did you guess necromancer? If so, you're correct. Yeah, I think this is a good place to stop. We've been.
Looks
at
kind
it
of like
for...
a time wizard to me.
It kind of looks like a combination of like a geomancer, maybe some kind of psychic. I don't know.
Or maybe the kind of just mystical, undefined magic like Doctor Strange.
Just a reality warper. But yeah, I think this has been a good, productive session of wandering around and somehow advancing the plot.
Somehow progress.
We're not even close to, like, 20% of the game in, are we?
Well, no. Of course not.
And don't you know, this is where the game starts.
Leveling does slow down some as you level up. Like, the higher you get, the more likely it is that you aren't in content that will be getting you the prime level of experience. But in general, it will be slower than you would otherwise be clearing the story.
Okay, so at some point I am going to just have to, like, buckle down and grind some levels. Is what you're saying?
Yes and no. Just the open world on its own is far in excess of what you need to explore in order to get that much XP. But you do need to go out of your way to do at least some, like, independent exploration. Otherwise, you're just grinding events in whatever area you've been to, which may or may not be productive.
Yeah, I think it's beneficial for me to explore as much as I can, which I feel like I've been doing a good job.
I think the exploration's a good feature. It's in its own way, it's part of that choose your own adventure type beat.
I think I'll be fine if I keep going this way, Clueless.
You could.
This is 25 to 35, but this is 25 to 40, and guess what? I got mauled by a fucking 40. Oh, actually, no, that's not true. I didn't go to this region. I went here.
You could go anywhere, honestly. If you like the mountains, stay in the mountains.
I can go anywhere, but if I happen to go somewhere here, I'm not going to be there for long, am I?
Well, you'd have to skip a couple zones.
Oh yeah, baby. 70 to 80. That's the shit I'm talking about.
Yeah, I love that Frostgorge sound is right there because it's accessible from Wayfarer Foothills, your first beginner zone. So at level, like, 15, you can just wander in there and get obliterated by max level enemies.
It's fine. That's the intended experience. That's how I play Final Fantasy 2. Yeah, I walk a little too far this way, maybe a couple of tiles to the left, a couple of tiles upwards, and then boom, suddenly attacked by ogre mages who inflict sleep, blind, and then just kill me.
You're playing wizardry now.
Ugh. They don't make games like they used to, Gramp.
They sure don't, and sometimes it's for the best.
Anyway, I think today has been a fun and productive session.
Yeah, you roughly doubled your map coverage.
Next time we'll triple it.
Exponential growth.
Yeah, infinite exponential growth. That's surely a recipe for success.
Have I had you scroll all the way down to the bottom of the map before?
Oh, all the way over here?
All the way at the bottom.
Fucking hell.
Up.
What?
Press.
No! No! This is like Genshin!
It's not as big as it looks, but it is pretty big. Go ahead and press that blue button on the bottom of the compass there.
No. No! No!
Yep, there's another one. I haven't even been there.
And this is the region where Thunderbolt Fantasy takes place.
Yeah, it is.
So this is where I am currently, right? More or less.
Yep.
And there's the Crystal Desert. Oh, fucking... What the hell is this?
It's a shitload of fuck.
You're killing me, Graham. You're killing me. What the fuck? What do you mean 15 to 25 and then fucking 80?
Well, the expansions had to go somewhere.
Me when I go to the East Route and then right next to it is these level 70 enemies. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. This is like if you could just walk to Hingashi from Limsa.
There are a few regions in the map you have to conduct travel through the story. So you can't actually walk everywhere. But everywhere in the core game, you can walk.
My god.
Technically, everywhere in the first expansion, you can also walk.
Walk to a 7-Eleven in the next state over.
Hey, that's the Heart of Thorns experience.
Good lord, what is happening in there?
Do you want a small preview of how this is going to go? If you continue.
If I continue, sure. What are you gonna show me?
So for no, it's not. It's a verbal walkthrough.
Okay.
So for the rest of your free trial, it's going to be a pretty easygoing exploration like you've been doing. Once you get to the first expansion, you will enter all 7 layers of hell at once. Literally, the earth opens up and you are exposed to all the layers at the same time. The verticality is there. The monsters are there. The suffering is there.
Wonderful.
And then once you work your way through that, then you will get to the second expansion, in which you will authentically unlock mounts, and thereafter you will be free.
Me when I go to Walmart. My dad telling me he's gonna go for a pack of cigarettes. It's just like he goes
Got lost in the
all
Costco parking lot.
Oh fuck!
I haven't even been to half these places actually, because it's been. I think I stopped playing this game in 2018 to go to 14. I almost called it XIV.
Ew. This is so much to explore. Will you explore with me, Gramp, if I ever survive to make it to the fucking expansions?
Yes.
Okay, good.
I don't think you need me for the base game, because like I said, it's been pretty power crept. I might join, since I'll be here anyway. I will probably join if you run into like high level events, because some of those do exist and they can absolutely Shrek you. But once you get into the expansion, especially the first expansion, having a buddy will be very beneficial to you.
I need someone to hold my hand through this. No, seriously, this is hella fucking expansive, almost overwhelmingly.
But yeah, for now it's just a very light choose your own adventure type experience. Just roam around, see what there is to see, and then deal with the consequences of your actions.
Easy for you to say. But, alright. I suppose I'm done for the evening. I don't know if I want to continue this tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow we'll finish Dead Money again.
Again?
Because, well, my second playthrough. We got to the gala event, and then I was like, okay, we'll finish tomorrow. And then I just had a prolonged anxiety attack over the past week. I am feeling well enough to stream New Vegas again. I wasn't feeling it for the past couple of days, but now I think it's fine.
Have you been doing multiple playthroughs for your Donathon streams?
No. Just poorly phrasing it because this is the second time I've played New Vegas, so I'm beating Dead
Okay,
Money
I see.
again. I'm tired. It's past midnight over here.
It do be getting late.
Yeah, thanks for joining me, Grant, and thank you everyone for watching and lurking in on this shit. I'm sure it's been a crazy experience listening to the shit I've had to say over the past few hours, so I'll let you guys go. You guys have a good night.